Check out, you're watching the live stream. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in. We getting started, rolling in. Hit that share button.
You're watching the Dead Atari's live stream. We about to get started.
Thanks for tuning in, y'all.
You're watching the live stream Fundraiser, sponsored by the Dead Ataris.
We're getting started.
We're getting started. Hey, hit that share button. We almost there. It's the
live stream. It's a live stream. Hey, yeah, watching the Dead Atari's live stream. We're almost there, y'all. We getting closer. We're getting closer.
We're getting closer.
It's almost time, y'all. The Dead Ataris live stream Fundraiser. We're live on Facebook. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. We got Cody Seaman hosting. We're getting closer. Make sure you hit the share button.
Hit the follow button.
We almost there, y'all. It's the Dead Atari's live stream. And we almost there. And we almost there. Say we almost there. We almost there. We just warming up backstage. We getting all the performers ready. We getting the songs right. It's almost time. You guys are tuning in. You're doing the right thing. Hit that share button. Dead Ataris live.
Welcome everybody to the Dead Ataris live stream fundraiser event. Tonight we are raising money for the Dead Ataris so they can produce their debut album. I'm going to be your host tonight, Cody Seaman. Let us know where you're watching from in the comments. Show some love. Give us some talk and feedback. We're going to be chatting with you guys all night. We have a lot of amazing performances for you guys lined up, including Peter in the End, Hunter McDaniel, Ralph Curtis, The Moots, Trey Hughes, Culture Shock, Fine Feather, as well as some exclusive interviews with Taylor Robinson, Caleb Neff, and Bob Tabarini. Big thanks to everybody that donated their time to help us put this together. We will be having a guitar giveaway at the end of the night. This beautiful guitar here will be up for grabs. If you donate $10 or more, donations of any kind are welcome, but $10 or more will enter you in the raffle to win this awesome guitar. So starting off the night, we have a special performance from the Dead Atari themselves, live performance of from their debut album, Baby Blues. So take it away, Dead Ataris.
We live. Here's a brand new song called Baby Blues. Hey. We were uptown trying to act a fool, gassing off a baby blues, sipping on the champagne. You were doing the same. Over there in your J's and hoops, crop top days of dukes, bet you taste like rosé. Now you're looking my way. Oh, I don't fight. So take your chances, make up your mind, come to your senses. I know. To you it's all a game. Baby, I'm tripping. You look so good, my sexy little villain. Feeling like Tom Cruise out here on a mission. Feeling these drugs all up in my system. Baby, I'm a chef, Gordon Ramsay in the kitchen. Fly you out first class, round trip, no rest. Paris for the weekend, you're looking like a 10. All your friends are twos, but you know I'm bad at math. But you never disapprove. I don't fight, so take your chances, make up your mind, come to your senses. Make up your mind, come to your senses. I know. To you it's all a game, all a game. See that I don't fight, so take your chances, make up your mind, come to your senses. I know. To you it's all a game.
Welcome to the live stream, y'all. Thank you for tuning in. We're the Dead Ataris. Let's get this thing going.
We love you guys.
Shout out to the Dead Ataris for that sneak peek at their new song. Up next, we have Peter Coulter from Peter and the End. He's a local performer and songwriter. He hosts a musical improv variety kids show for adults, live on Twitch twice a week, so you guys should go check him out on there. So everybody give a warm hand and a welcome to Peter Coulter.
All right, we're good to go. Hello, I'm Peter Coulter, and I've got an original project coming out here. It'll be called Peter and the End, and so I'm going to play a few songs from that. I believe, depending on when this is coming out, they won't have been released by me yet, so you're hearing these before the release. Also, real quick, I want to thank the Dead Ataris for having me out here. They're funding their upcoming album, so make sure you find the link associated with this video and throw some money that way. All my friends, they don't talk to me no more. I can't say I blame them, my bad company for sure. And my girl, well, she walked out yesterday. I didn't try to stop her, never loved her anyway. I'll be fine, I'll just drink this cheap-ass wine. $3.15 a gallon, it gets sweeter every time. Kill me, please, I'll even drop down to my knees, so you don't have to reach up to erase my memories. To erase my memories, give it to me execution style. Kill me now, it could be fun. Kill me now, you would be doing me a favor. Kill me now, I'll owe you one. I can't look my reflection in the eye, and I could go on living, it'd be easier to die. Not so fast, I'll have to wait for mom to pass. And I may not want to be here, but I can't do her like that. Bad excuse, I'm much too cowardly to shoot, and I'll never find the courage if you want to know the truth. If you want to know the truth, give it to me execution style. Kill me now, don't make me beg. Kill me now, you would be doing me a favor. From behind and to the head. Give it to me execution style. Kill me now, it could be fun. Kill me now, you would be doing me a favor. Kill me now, I'll owe you one. Execution Style by Peter Coulter from Peter in the End. That's the act you're looking for. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really like the combo of happy sounding music with intense or depressing lyrics. Yeah, I like that a lot. It's one of my favorite devices there. Here's another one. You're going to notice a consistency in the subject matter on a lot of this Peter and the End stuff. This one's, about addiction and just that whole thing. Yeah, I just want to say, I'm not going to preach too much about this here, but if you have a problem, don't be afraid to ask for and receive help. I got a lot of help, and I'm in a better place now, baby, This one's called Silly Games. These silly games that I play get me killed someday. These silly games that I play will get me killed someday. Oh, someday, not today. 3 Bloody Marys in the morning. We're doing blow all afternoon. Down to the pool, back to the room, down to the pool again, and then we're headed back up to the room. These silly games that I play will get me killed someday. These silly games that I play will get me killed someday. Oh, someday, but not today. I drink champagne for celebrations. I drink champagne when I get sad. I drink champagne for all occasions. If you check my grocery bag, you'd think champagne was all they had. These silly games that I play will get me killed someday. These silly games that I play will get me killed someday. Oh, someday, but not today. Behavior ever more erratic, decreasing time between the lines. Who let this guy into the party? Ain't no friend of mine, ain't no friend of mine. I wrap my car around a palm tree. Maybe some parts of me survive. They'll take my heart, they'll take my liver and my lungs, give them to someone who wants to be alive. These silly games that I play will get me killed someday. These silly games that I play will get me killed someday. Oh, someday, but not today. Silly Games by Peter and the End. That's me. Check it out. Hey, thank you guys very much for having me. This is a live stream for the Dead Ataris. They're funding their album, so find the link and give them your money. I can't really think of a whole lot of better ways to spend money than on music, so I guess I'm biased, though. I am a musician. All right, that's enough ranting, raving on the mic. My name's Peter Coulter. This solo project here is Peter and the End. Here we go. Guess I spent some time with myself and pour myself a strong one. Never get this song done. Don't even know what it's about. Forced to spend some time with myself, and it's not what I'd have chosen. Forgotten which end goes in, which stays out. Hey, nice to meet you, Pete, you lazy fucking good for nothing. Everyone's right, they said you never will amount to nothing. You thought you had it, really thought that you were on to something good. Guess I'd rather lie to myself than tear myself a new one. Another lie, a true one. And I swear it's true this time. Cut another line for myself, big fat scary long one. I might just get this song done, line by line. Hey, good to see you, Pete, you champion, you God among men. Your cover version's better than the ones who wrote and sung them. Everyone wants you, wants to be you, or a combo of the two. Up and up we go. So just imagine Kyle Ann crushing that. And then a keyboard solo here, piano solo. And when I'm by myself, it's people I hate all around me. And when I'm high, I'm still alone, but not quite so profoundly. Together we descend, down and down and down and down we go. Lower, lower still. Down and down we go. Plummet from the skies with myself, and that ground looks unforgiving. Hate the song I've written, it barely even rhymes. Time with Myself by Peter and the End. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you guys so much. One more time, the Dead Ataris, they're putting out an album. This is to help fund that. So click that link and get in touch with them. And I'm Peter Coulter from Peter and the End and the Electric Mud and Mercenary Musician Podcast. So check any of those things out. And thank you so much. I appreciate you guys letting me be a part of this. Thanks, guys.
How it feels to donate to the Dead Ataris.
Can I help you?
Have you heard the good word? The Dead Ataris are making a new album. Do you have a moment to donate?
I don't even know what the hell that is. Have you heard the good word?
Give it up for Peter Coulter, everybody. Go follow him on all his socials and tune into his show, Peter in the End, on Twitch, streaming twice a week. How's everybody feeling in the chat? Is everybody feeling good? Everybody having a good night? I got a drink here poured myself because I'm planning to enjoy the rest of this evening listening to awesome music. Donation, don't forget to donate, and $10 or more, and you can get your name entered in a raffle to win a beautiful electric acoustic guitar. Any donation of any amount is appreciated to help these guys produce their debut album. Up next, we have another live studio performance from the McLegend himself, Hunter McDaniel. He has a beautiful catalog of his own music on YouTube and Spotify, so go check out Cabin Demos on Spotify. Next up, give it up for Hunter McDaniel, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Yes, it is true. My name is Hunter McDaniel, and Cabin Fever would have been a great alternative album title. But yeah, I'll be releasing some new music hopefully later this year, maybe sometime this fall too, so keep an eye out for that. And a couple of these songs are going to be some new original stuff. So this first one, by the way, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We always appreciate your support, and keep that hype going. And wherever you are, just share and like and comment. We love interacting with you, so once again, thank you guys so much, and this first song is called Inside the Storm. Where do I come from? Where should I go? I see the horizon from inside the storm. Maybe I'll fly, take to the night when it's right. Ooh. Only one day, why do I wait every time? Ooh. I
just wanna know if there's a place where I can feel right while it rains on, rains on. Need a little space where I can hide and get dry while it rains on, rains on. But every time I find a way out, they throw me back to the cold, wet ground. Keep it up, pretty soon you'll be left with just you, taking bets on the moon while I make no sound. No, maybe I'll drive straight through the night to the light. Ooh, only one way, so much to say, take your time. Ooh, I just wanna know if there's a place where I can feel right while it rains on, rains on. I need a little space where I can hide and get dry while it rains on, rains on. Ooh, I'm stuck inside the eye, but I see clearer skies when I go. I'm taking back my soul. Your lightning struck me twice, been charging up the wires. No wind blow can push me anymore. I'm stuck inside the eye, but I see clearer skies when I go. I'm taking back my soul. Been floating paralyzed through thunder, wind, and ice. Let it roll. I just wanna know if there's a place where I can feel right while it rains on, rains on. Need a little space where I can hide and get dry while it rains on, rains on. And tell me there's a place where I can feel right while it rains on, rains on. I need a little space where I can hide and get dry while it rains on, rains on. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm taking back my soul. Ooh, ooh. Can't push me anymore. No, no. I see the horizon from inside the storm. From inside the storm. Thank you. That one is called Inside the Storm. I'm gonna switch over. Little piano. Goldie Lockbaum, thank you so much, man. We see that $20 donation. We appreciate that. Again, any donation helps you guys. We really appreciate your support. If you get that $10 in, by the way, you'll get a chance to win, not that guitar, but the guitar that you saw in the opening scene. Little raffle at the end of the stream. So, I'm gonna do a little piano for you. This one is called, let's see, what's it called? This one is called I Narrow. I know I can change my life every time I start to play. All my dreams were paralyzed, reaching for the light of day. I've been gone so long, giving back the things that don't belong. And when you see me now, I'm riding high. Maybe you could find a way. Keep me in your mind, babe. And keep me in your mind. It never was a waste of time. On my own, every show The years hold heavy in my mind. I'm just looking to rent the space now. You changed to warmer weather for a while. Photo was a price to pay. I've been gone too long. Can't deny the things that made you strong. In Tennessee, I'll chase you till I die, but I'm looking to fly today. And keep me in your mind, babe. And keep me in your mind. It never was a waste of time. So long, so long. So long, so long, And on my own, yeah, every show, like the road I narrow, give my soul and play the piano. But it's gold, 'cause I'm home now. And forever I'll stay together. Now and forever me will stay together. Now and forever me will be together. Now and forever we will stay together. Thank you. The song is called Thank You Guys. We see you out there. Keep interacting with us in the chat. We love talking to you. And Karen, we got a Karen out there with a $100 donation. Thank you so much. I personally cannot see who it is, but oh, it's my mom. Oh, thank you, Mom. Love you. All right, I'm gonna do one more for you. This one's a little more fun. We got a little song that we started in the process of writing this album, but we ended up, turning it into something else, and now it's just a little jam that we like to play. This one's called Joyride. I've been on the road 8 weeks or more. It feels like I'm selling this door to door. Done going hard for the empty floors. Been giving it all but haven't seen the light until you lit up this little bar tonight. This ain't a trick, no, I can treat you right. As soon as I sing the final notes, meet me at the back door. It's time for me to get lost. I never even liked this town for a minute. I don't need to send it off. And you're the kind of girl I'm hoping I could roll with. So baby, can we smoke this, blow this joint, and take a joyride with me? We're driving till the morning, and I know that you love it. Flying with the top down, fast lane in small town. Live how you want, kid. A flower in the mud and you know it, babe. I can help you get the fuck out this place. Ditching the dives to fit the bigger stage, but for now it's all we got. So meet me at the back door. Time for me to get lost. Never even liked this town for a minute. I don't need to set it off. You're the kind of girl I'm thinking I could roll with. So baby, can we smoke this, blow this joint, and take a joy smoke this, blow this joint, and take a joyride with me. Oh, take a joyride with me, yeah, and take a joyride with me. That one's called Joyride. Once again, y'all, thank you very much. My name is Hunter McDaniel. Keep watching. We got a really fun stream all night. We're going to go all night, so stick around and please share, please comment, and keep chatting with us. We love you. We appreciate your support. And I think back to Cody. So peace out, guys.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting that share button. Every share counts. It gets that video out to one more person that's not already watching. Let us know what you think of all the performers so far in the chat below. Up next, we have a Naples legend, the great Ralph Curtis, a country music singer and songwriter from right here in Naples, Florida. Check out his debut album, Sambar Sideways. Follow him on all his social media platforms. Big thanks for him donating his time and his skill to help make this happen. Be sure you guys are donating. A donation of $10 or more can get you entered in a raffle to win that guitar. But any donation amount is truly appreciated. So big shout out to you guys who have donated so far. Without further ado, I give you Ralph Curtis, everybody.
Hey y'all, I'm Ralph Curtis, and thanks for tuning in to the live stream today. I'm going to play you all a few of my original songs. Some of these are actually unreleased, and some of them are on my debut EP, Sambar Sideways, which came out last year. So if you guys like what you hear today, please throw me a follow on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, any platform you listen to music. And also, please follow me on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and all the social media platforms. Welcome to this live stream for the Dead Ataris. Thank them so much for having me out here today. If you guys could, please donate today. This is all to help them fund their new record that should be coming out soon. So we appreciate having you here, and we hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
This song's called Kids Again. Here we are, different day, same old shit. From the start, nothing's changed. We're back and forth, hot and cold with how we treat each other. What happened to those lovers that we used to be, you and me, like when we were young, cherry chapstick sticking to both our lips, and we were pretending it was love. After midnight driving, hearts colliding with that look in your eyes. Forgetting the world outside this car, so I'm locked up and lost. Who you are, take me back to the beginning, never ending. Yeah, like we're kids again. I'm still me, you're still you, and maybe we're off. But I know we'll make it through. Yeah, we can find what we just lost. Don't matter what it costs. Like when we were young, cherry chapstick sticking to both our lips, and we were pretending it was love. After midnight driving, hearts colliding with that look in your eyes. Forgetting the world outside this car, so I'm locked up and lost. Who you are, take me back to the beginning, never ending. Yeah, like we're kids again. Yeah, like we're kids again. How we treat each other, what happened to those lovers that we used to be, you and me, like when we were young, cherry chapstick sticking to both our lips, and we were pretending it was love. After midnight driving, hearts colliding with that look in your eyes. Forgetting the world outside this car, so I'm locked up and lost. Who you are, take me back to the beginning, never ending. Yeah, like we're kids again. Yeah, like we're kids again. Yeah, like we're kids again. This song is called Reasons. Seasons pass, things change, and all I'm left with are some good memories. I still feel the same, and I'm caught up in the in-between. I'm trying to find some ray of light out in the distance, so I finally know I'm letting go, no more resistance. 'Cause everything happens for a reason. It's out of my control how the dice are gonna roll. I'm done searching for the meaning. It's anybody's call how the chips are gonna fall. I'm convinced, I guess I'll give it. 'Cause everything happens for a reason, even if the reasons are wrong. I guess it's cool, I've come to grips with letting go and getting older. I've played the fool, it's getting way too hard to shoulder. 'Cause everything happens for a reason. It's out of my control how the dice are gonna roll. I'm done searching for the meaning. It's anybody's call how the chips are gonna fall. I'm convinced, I guess I'll give it. 'Cause everything happens for a reason, even if the reasons are wrong. I'm trying to find some ray of light out in the distance, so I finally know I'm letting go, no more resistance. 'Cause everything happens for a reason. It's out of my control how the dice are gonna roll. And I'm done searching for the meaning. It's anybody's call how the chips are gonna fall. I'm convinced, I guess I'll give it. 'Cause everything happens for a reason, even if the reasons are wrong. Even if the reasons are wrong. Hey y'all, we hope you're enjoying the stream. We see those donations rolling in. We love it. Please, if you haven't already, click the link and donate to the debut Dead Atari's record that should be coming out soon. Thank you. All right, this song's called Whatever's Left in the Bottle. It was Friday night neon, just another week-long weekend out of control. She was standing by the DJ saying, "You gotta play something rock and roll." So I bought her a Bud Light, asked her if she'd like to take a little backwoods stroll. She said, "Boy, what's it take for someone like you to make a woman out of a girl? Takes a little yes ma'am, no sir, please and thank you. Next time you're in town, y'all come back around. Open the door for my mama and close the local honky-tonk down. Takes a little bit of dirt and dust and old pedal steel country boy sound. Add a pinch of four-wheel throttle and whatever's left in the bottle. So we went for a joyride under the moonlight, singing with the windows down. She slid a little closer, her arm around my shoulder, doing circles in this one-horse town. When I pulled in her drive, she shot me those eyes, and I walked her up to the door. One midnight kiss, 2 seconds of bliss, then she told me right there on the porch, it takes a little yes ma'am, no sir, please and thank you. Next time you're in town, y'all come back around. Open the door for my mama, close the local honky-tonk down. Takes a little bit of dirt and dust and old pedal steel country boy sound. At a pinch of 4-wheel throttle and whatever's left in the bottle. Whatever's left in the bottle. Now today she wears my ring, and we tell our kids the same thing. It takes a little yes ma'am, no sir, please and thank you. Next time you're in town, y'all come back around. Open the door for my mama and close the local honky-tonk down. Takes a little bit of dirt and dust and old pedal steel country boy sound. At a pinch of 4-wheel throttle and whatever's left in the bottle. Whatever's left in the bottle. So we've actually never done this before, but this song is called Turn On Tonight. 2, 3, 4. Going home, staying out, pick a place, any town. It can be wherever you wanna go. Sunset, sunrise, good morning, good night. Let me know, baby, you can pick which one. As long as I'm coming home with you. It don't matter what we do. We can draw our plans in the sand. Turn off our phones, turn off this fight. Turn left on red and wrong on right. Turn down the sheets, turn down the lights. Turn on tonight. Different sound, different song. Same key, sing along. Making up the words with the windows down. Call me back, hang me to dry. Kiss me slow, say goodbye. You don't have to make up your mind. As long as I'm coming home with you. It don't matter what we do. We can draw our plans in the sand. Turn off our phones, turn off the fight. Turn left on red and wrong on right. Turn down the sheets, turn down the lights. Turn on tonight. Getting late, pretty early. Sometime soon, we'll both be lonely. Don't have to rush, can take it slowly. But I was hoping that you just might think that as long as I'm coming home with you, it don't matter what we do. We can draw our plans in the sand. Turn off our phones, turn off the fight. Turn left on red, turn wrong on right. Turn down the sheets, turn down the lights. Turn on tonight. Turn on tonight.
Hey again, thank y'all for tuning in. I appreciate it. My name's Ralph Curtis. If y'all like what you heard today, please again throw me a follow on social media and music streaming platforms. Thank you to the Dead Ataris for having me here today. They're great friends of mine. And again, please support their debut record that should be coming out soon. And if you haven't already, please donate. Thank you.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for joining the live stream today. I'm your guest host, Cody Seaman, and on this segment, we're going to be interviewing the Dead Ataris. These guys are currently in the process of recording a new album, so we're going to be getting into some hot questions as well as some hot wing sauce here with the Pepper Pyramid Challenge. Quick reminder before we start, don't forget to click that donate button so these guys can keep creating awesome music for you. So to my left, we have Mason, Hunter, and Tommy, otherwise known as the Dead Ataris.
What's going on?
Hello, we sure are.
Let's dive into some Scoville here and get our taste buds going.
We out here, y'all. We're ready to burn ourselves for your entertainment. Yeah. Thanks for watching the stream, you guys.
Yeah, really appreciate you tuning in.
Yeah.
We're also going to drop a little bit of sauce on each.
Yeah, let's get that going.
We're going to get dabbing up here. So we
wanted
soaked all the nugs here in some of the sauces, but we're each going to take a dab, put a dab on the chicken nugget, and burn our mouths essentially. So everybody dab it up.
There. Here, Cody, you want to take that?
That's a big drip.
This is the first sauce. It ain't nothing.
Woo! All right. First one is it's going to be banana pepper. The Scoville level is 300, so it's fairly mild.
Well, this should be like sweeter than spicy,
It's
right?
going to be all right. Yeah, it's not going to be too bad. All right, boys.
All right, boys.
So go ahead and pop your nug.
Cheers to y'all for tuning in.
Hey, cheers y'all.
Everybody. First question. If you could open a set for any artist or band alive today, have to be alive, who would it be and why?
Chili Peppers.
John Mayer.
I think.
Oh, man, both are so great. Probably Chili Peppers. I mean, I know that the Strokes and Anderson .Paak are all going on tour with the Chili Peppers right now. That sounds like the dream.
Yeah.
I mean, what a giant band. You know
Why
what I
the
mean?
Chili Peppers?
I mean, obviously, anyone that knows us knows that we're super influenced by them, especially in like the young years of music as we were developing as just musicians and artists. And I think why would I say that now in 2022? Not only has John Frusciante joined the band, but they're just one of the most massively commercially successful musicians that are not only hitting the radio and making great music, but they're honest and seems like they're making music that they love to do. And it's just, not necessarily the best music in the world, but it's just so...
It's very pure music.
Pure and grand. It's like so big, the scale of it. I mean, the Pyramids of Giza performance.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I'll take that stage.
They're showmans for sure, man.
I mean, yeah, I gotta say John Mayer because also he's just like such a solid songwriter and just always comes through and has a really good intention behind everything he's doing on stage and just he knows the game,
I mean, he also has a killer band that's supporting him, so it wouldn't be bad to hang out with them.
Same thing. I mean, it just sounds like honest artists.
Yeah.
People that love making the music that they like to make. Kind of attracts your attention. Sweet. Second question goes along with our second hot sauce here, which is the Hatch Valley Anaheim pepper, measuring in at 1,500 Scoville.
Jeez.
So everybody go ahead, dab it up a little bit there.
Oh, Lordy.
Man,
All right.
stuff comes out.
Just
You
a little
cannot
bit.
drip these sauces. Let me just tell you, you can't see
Yeah,
it,
it's
but
hard to
they just
drip.
kind of
It's,
pour.
Well, I think it's the first ones are a little bit, diluted compared to the last ones are pretty thick.
point.
So
All right, pop
Good
your
point.
nugs.
All right, boys, you ready?
we're good, man.
These are all good so far.
Not
They're
bad.
Flavorful too. It's not just like spicy, but it's got taste.
Getting hints of sauce.
So, question: what has been your favorite part of recording this newest album?
Well, who wants it?
Recording or writing? The
Writing, creating, recording, all of it.
The writing process has been so much fun. We decided just in this past year to kind of go in a different direction. Rather than playing more rock influenced songs, we're kind of, branching out and doing different things. You guys will definitely hear it when the record comes out.
It's definitely the newest, the newest form of our songwriting. I mean, not to say that the old stuff that we've done isn't in there too. You always hear our influences, but it's just the evolution of being an artist. And I think as you want to feel like the new music you're making is always the best stuff you've ever done. So I think that's how I feel so far. So maybe my favorite part has been like the after writing everything and getting it done and like hearing back just the shitty demos that we do for ourselves. I'm like,
they're already
we
cool,
about to make something, boys. For real.
Yeah, we can. I feel like we can definitely tell this is like special and it's like very consumable song. So like that's important to us. But also we're working with a great producer and like great people. The studio owner, like everything, all the details of the project are of high quality. So we're starting out at a high base level.
Yeah, that's a great point. Shout out Taylor Robinson, Taylor on drums. He's playing drums for us for this record, and he's also producing the record. If you don't know any of his music, he's on Spotify. Check him out, Spotify, Instagram.
And Caleb Neff.
Yeah, and Caleb Neff.
We had him on a
Juniper Records.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
All right. So for this next one, we have the green Serrano pepper.
That one back.
Measuring in at 1,700 Scoville.
Sure, keep these ducks in the right order.
Yeah. So everybody get a little dab it up a little bit.
Gee. Oh, here we go. Put this one back on here.
It helps that they have the numbers on
Heart
the
says, grab the milk, but I'm like, no way, not yet. Not even
Save the
close.
milk.
Save
the milk for like number 6.
You want a water? We got waters.
Oh, I got water.
All right.
Dude, I want to see that. I want to see that milk coming out of your nose by the end of this.
That's a Atari promise.
All right, just a teens.
Skewer this little bad boy. All right.
All right, cheers, mate.
Hit me with a question, Cody.
You want the question?
I do. I want to think while I chew. How about that?
All right, yeah. So compared to other albums and EPs you guys have done in the past, what exactly did you guys do differently in creating this new one?
Well, I mean, there's definitely different feels. I think something that was really important to me when we went into the recording process is all of our other albums are no doubt a combination of the best songs that we've written. This one's a little bit hotter.
Yeah, I was gonna say we gotta talk about these sauces.
It's a combination of the best songs we've written, but I want this album to really feel like a whole piece of art. Not like, oh, this song's cool, that song's cool, and like this collectively, cohesively runs front to back as if, as like a timeless record. That's just really what I want to make, is something that lasts, stands the test of time.
More than anything, rather than having like, here's a song, here's a song, here's a song, we want it to feel like a bit of a journey that we're taking you on when you look at the bigger picture of it, as opposed to just here's this, here's that, here's this, and
yeah,
so we're going about it in that way of paying attention to detail.
No doubt.
How are these sauces kicking in for you guys?
They're getting hot.
We scratched
They
the surface.
jump up pretty quickly. We went from 300 to 1,700 very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, I can feel that.
Are we at Taco Bell fire sauce yet?
I would say
we're at 17,000.
that's like hot.
Like how's it?
17,000 Scoville, not 1,700.
It ain't
17,000.
bad right now.
we're too strong for it.
All right.
Yeah, we're too sure. We're
Let's dab up number
conditioned.
4 here. For number 4, we have the red cayenne pepper, measuring in at 30,000 Scoville.
A little cayenne.
So this is the first one that's a little bit red. Obviously from the name, but I always think the more red it is, the more hot it is in my mind.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier, like we last time we were in Nashville, we had Hattie B's hot chicken, like the hottest one they could serve us, and it was like glowing orange, like radioactive looking.
Yeah, like kryptonite. But that was the hottest thing I think I've ever tasted. So I wonder if when we get to number 10, if that's gonna beat the record.
I think the first time I tried the hot ones, hot sauce, shout out hot ones. That was pretty gnarly. Like it was like the Pepper X one or whatever their hottest sauce was. I remember like literally being like, I ordered it, of course.
The thing about it though is I feel like it goes away pretty quickly. So
Well,
that's the good thing.
I think
about
we tried it, like tossed the wings. I don't think we ever dabbed it on there, right? I don't remember, but either way, I remember sweating.
All right, boys. Number 4 here. Go ahead and take a bite. So you guys have all been in music for a long time, playing as musicians. What's the best piece of advice another musician has given you?
I'll tell you what. Kind of like when you're playing excessively and you're playing a lot, sometimes you start playing to like your audience, and that is so great. Keep that up, but also never neglect play to yourself as well. Like play things that make you happy, because then it makes sure that your soul doesn't break while you're playing these songs over and over and over again. If that makes any sense.
Totally.
People notice that. People know they can tell, and audience members, obviously, you guys can probably tell when we're, feeling a song or not. Yeah.
There's definitely honesty in performance, and like, even if the song isn't great or like it's not hitting well, like the deliverance can make someone, it's contagious,
Yeah.
I think one bit of advice that I would say that's always stuck with me, I had 2 things pop in my head, but one would be that to never stop playing, and I don't mean that in the way like never give up your dreams. I mean like when you're actually performing, a lot of musicians, they hit a wrong note, get into an area that they're not comfortable with, or back themselves in a corner, they'll stop and try to redo it. Don't do that. Don't do it. At least like that's been helpful. Play through it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Half the time nobody notices you even make a mistake. You know
but even if you do make a mistake, don't stop playing. Then it's heightened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's I mean I guess that's more for like not beginner musicians, but people that are new to performing. But
I feel like I've been listening to you guys play, and you'll tell me that, oh, hey, I missed that note. I'm like, I didn't even hear it. To the untrained ear, we don't notice it half the time.
Another bit of another quick one that I thought of is when musicians preface their music before they play, like, oh yeah, this is a song I wrote. Like, I'm not really that great of a singer, but I hope you guys enjoy it. Like, I'm already like, now I don't even like your song. You haven't played one note. So like, set the tone in confidence. That's what I would say before you even play a note. Come out like the notes you're about to play are the best notes they're ever gonna hear.
Like Bob Dylan didn't come out and go, I'm not that great of a singer, but I got good songs. He just sang them.
All right.
Yeah.
What's next, baby?
Number 5, I believe.
What were you gonna say, Hunter?
I was thinking when it comes to like
Next one.
especially if you're like a soloist of any kind, like be able to like sing the melody in your head before you're playing. I know that also takes a lot of skill and like
ear training,
ears,
baby.
And but also try to not even avoid it, but just be wary of like overplaying, because you're gonna end up probably playing 3 times as many notes as the audience actually really wants to hear, or that will connect with more people.
That will connect.
Yeah.
That's really
that's the important part.
because that's the goal, right?
That's the goal.
Exactly.
I mean, at least for us, it is.
Yeah.
What do we got next? Number 5.
Number 5 is going to be the red Tabasco pepper, measuring in at 50,000 Scoville.
Wacky Tabasco.
Now, how different is this going to be from Tabasco sauce?
I don't know. We're going to find out here in a second.
Sure will.
All right, we're at the halfway mark.
Everybody dabbed up. Yeah, this is the halfway point. Like your typical Tabasco sauce.
I like the taste of Tabasco.
This one's like Tabasco, but like vinegar and way hotter than Tabasco.
It's sweet.
Yeah, this is definitely
Sweet. This tastes like vinegar and like
Maybe it's the vinegar then. It's got like a
The heat
tangy,
is staying.
maybe not sweet, but tangy.
yeah, maybe that's
really
what
it's lasting a while too. So I think Tabasco goes a little quicker.
This is by far the hottest one.
All right, so you guys recently went
That was
through a
a big
name
jump.
change as a band. Can you explain that process and what's been the most difficult part of it?
Well, there's a few layers to the name change. There's not only did we change from Solixer, but we split the worlds of our original music, which is us as the Dead Ataris. I'm already starting to slobber a little bit. Us as the Dead Ataris, and our cover band that we play around Southwest Florida as the lineup. And I think the most difficult thing is people that already know us really taking in the difference of what it is. Once we explain it to them, people are like, oh, some people had reactions like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing that? And I don't think everyone really sees the vision that we do. But I think once this album comes out, it'll really be apparent why we've done what we've done. And I know for me, it's hard for us to play Kayla or 4568, a highly requested song in our shows that are Solixer songs originally, and then follow it up with like Valerie or something like that. That's not as like soul fulfilling for me. So when we play as the Dead Ataris, we just get to showcase our original music in the best light. So that's been one of the big things for me.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Took all the words right out of my mouth, man.
All right, well, we can move on to number 6 then.
Yeah.
Oh,
Number
it's getting hot,
It
hot,
is.
hot.
This one's a big jump, too. This one goes up a lot. So we're going, number 6 is the Scotch Bonnet Pepper, 250,000 Scoville. So we just jumped from 50,000 to 250,000.
I love it. I love it.
We're
All right.
bigger increments here now.
Wait. Okay. Does everyone get some?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody dab it up.
No, just you, Hunter.
Just you, Hunter.
Oh, I'm excited.
The secret is I rolled all of Hunter's hot sauces in the last one, and he's just really strong and just like faking it.
Yeah, I'm already starting at a way stronger level than these guys, so I'm not even crying yet. Super good.
I think me and Cody need it. I hope this is right. Yeah, 6. Okay.
Starting to get loopy in here.
The lid there for the other one for 5.
The lid.
The lid.
It's around here somewhere.
It's right there in front of you.
Do any of you see the lid?
Dabs on.
Did we dab him?
All right, so again, this is 250,000 Scoville. This is going to be a hot one.
Hit me with the question, Cody.
All right. When recording this new album, what would you say the most difficult part has been?
I'll tell you what the most difficult part has been. Funding it. So thank you guys for your donations because you're helping our dreams come true. Seriously though, I mean this is the most money we've ever spent on a record, and these are the best songs we've ever written. So I think it's worth it for us we owe it to ourselves as musicians that have been playing for this long and writing songs for this long to make the quality of song that I think we need and that I know we need, and to do that, it costs money. So
can you kind of explain the process of what it is to get in a recording studio and recording equipment and producers to come and record everything for you guys? What's that process like?
It's always a different process. It's always different depending on producer, engineer. But this one's been great, man. We've gone to the studio with our songs and honestly just tracked, piece by piece. So like we'll start with guitar, then we'll do drums or something, We'll kind of go off on that, but what would you guys say?
So even before that, the big, a lot of the work is before you even call the studio to start booking the studio. So you got to know what songs, what I was going to say was narrowing down the songs that you write, because we wrote a lot of songs for this album.
Got limited
and
time in the studio,
ended up
right?
choosing our, our favorites, but it's hard to not only choose those songs and then rehearse them as well as you can and know almost exactly what you're going to play when you go into the studio, and then you start worrying about, recording,
sound and all that.
So that's a big part of that.
I know something that's unique about this process is if you've already been following us in Southwest Florida, you know that we've always had a drummer, and then recently after COVID, we haven't had an official drummer that's been in the band, and it always had me thinking Taylor Robinson. I've always wanted to play with him, so that was a part of it was just reaching out and finding someone that I knew would be right for our music, and the process of getting him on board, what it would be like for him to touch the music. We don't live in the same area, so we've been sending stuff back and forth, and usually when we write our songs, it's all done here in the room, and by the time we take him to the studio, we're ready to go. But with Taylor, we have this, the distance, you know what I mean? It almost gives this incredible fresh ear where... you know what I mean? He's not in the process of it the way that we are, but he is in a different way that's affecting these songs. So I think it's just going to be super beneficial for us. So
awesome. All right, let's move on to the next one here. We are on number 8.
It's getting tougher to think.
Wait.
Yeah, I was definitely doing that. I was like, my mouth hurts.
I can't think too well.
Moving on to number 7, not number 8. 7 is the habanero pepper. 600,000 Scoville. Whoa. So we went from 250 now to 600 Scoville.
Hit me with
when
it.
you say it, it hurts more.
600,000 Scoville.
600.
It does.
I'm doing tiny
that was
droplets,
a drop.
boy. I'm
that
doing
was a
droplets,
drop.
boys.
I'm dousing. I'm all
drowning them.
Yeah.
I'm still dousing them.
Y'all are dousey.
Well,
you can see where my sauces were.
Oh, I pull up.
Shout out Meat Canyon.
Hey, cheers if you're drinking milk at home.
Oh, he's already into the milk, folks.
I haven't touched mine yet. They're so good.
Cody, you've been drinking your milk since 10 a.m.
It was delicious.
Cody came in actually to the studio with a Camelback on, but it was just full of milk.
That smells horrible.
Oh, we're not
It's
going
been sitting in
hiking?
the sun for a couple hours now. We're always going hiking, Cody. Don't you ever forget it.
All right.
Well, bottoms up. We're down the hatch.
While you guys are munching there. You guys had a lot of support from other local bands and musicians here on your live stream. What was the process of like getting them to come play and especially do it for free because time is money to a lot of musicians.
Man, a lot of these musicians are local friends and musicians. Man, they're good people that know that we're in a community and we're all part of something. So they donate their time, and it's like everybody kind of wins in that way. It's like it's getting harder to think, boys.
No, I know what you're saying. Like people are not only are we sharing the musical communities coming together. You're all going to be on the stream, see different people that are around and supporting us. But I mean, just for the fact that they're donating their time is helping exponentially to support the record. So
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like Tom said, we basically just reached out to a lot of like some of our good friends in this area, the ones that we, not all of them. We couldn't even get all of them on, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
I even
the
got some
ones we
homies
did
from
got,
Berkeley.
were really great. I mean, it's been awesome seeing the amount of work they're putting in to support us, and they throw us a bone here, we'll throw them a bone there, and it's just the way the community works. So
yeah, for real.
Awesome.
Thank you guys for coming to the stream and playing
We
for
really
us. Yeah,
appreciate it,
seriously.
yeah. Such a pleasure.
And for everybody watching, don't forget to click that donate button. Keep supporting these guys. Keep supporting all these local musicians that are out here trying to make a name for themselves. It costs money to do what they do. Like they said, they've been in countless hours in the studio and recording all this new music, and that takes a lot of time and a lot of money. So just make sure you guys can, help them out and keep them going here.
Yeah, hey, we love you. We love the support.
We really appreciate it.
So for the 8th one here, this is getting hot, guys.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling my time.
This is the Ghost Pepper, measuring at 1 million Scoville.
Pretty sure these last three are
It's invisible.
Yep,
The real
all
deal.
over 1 million here.
Ooh, I went a little heavy on that.
That's all right.
heavy
I'm going
pour,
heavy.
I'm
pour.
still at the heavy point.
We going in. I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for you guys at home.
They call it the ghost pepper because it's invisible.
Yeah, you do nothing. You have no sauce.
That's a good.
Okay, well, you're
Yeah, they're leaking. I gotta spread them around. Make sure. Whoa! All right.
That was
well,
gonna be
a little bit
extra hot.
That's all right. I'm taking it. I got some backup.
A
plans.
dabble do ya. A dabble do ya.
Dabble do ya.
All right. You guys go ahead. Bottoms up for you.
Cody's applying.
Oof.
All right. If you guys weren't playing music for a living, what kind of jobs would you have?
Man, I always thought about this as a kid. I was like,
Astronaut.
no.
I'm just kidding.
Batman.
Batman. That's way better
If I
than
wasn't
astronaut.
anything else, I'd be Batman.
This one hits, y'all.
This one hits really
This one is
hard.
way, like literally so much hotter.
The hottest Wingstop wing that I had a couple weeks ago is about what it was.
This one is literally so much hotter than the other ones.
I will.
Oh, God.
Like this is the jump just happened. Like it should be the first 7 in the last 3. Just gonna sit here and suffer.
I don't know what I would do long term necessarily because I feel like music is really the only thing I'm good at this point. But I know for the next, like, if for some reason I like lost all my fingers, like or whatever, I would just if I had to quit music tomorrow, I'd probably spend the next couple years like traveling and like doing like a lot of like farm stays, like 6 weeks at a time in this state, and then traveling to another state and like camping and doing
Working
a lot of
as you need.
Vlogging sounds like.
It's awesome.
Yeah, vlogging, just experiencing. Like,
Take me with you,
traveling.
dude. Let's go.
Yeah, man.
Come on adventures with me. Let's go.
I'm ready.
That's right. I don't think he's already said it yet, but shout out Adventures of a Seaman.
Yeah.
That's Cody's adventure podcast YouTube channel. Yeah, go check it out. He's got a bunch of really cool stuff, a bunch of
We'll link that.
great spots that you've hit in
Florida,
some of the greatest
Utah,
footage.
some awesome spots.
Yeah.
All around. I'm planning on traveling more.
Wait, remind me that question again. I remember I had an answer to it too.
If you weren't playing music for a living, what would you be doing?
I would really want to do film, I think. I mean, I still think that's in my future. I mean, overall the arts, right, appeal to me and you guys as well, but just doing film, I think would be, if I couldn't play music, it would have to be, or not even just film, but just like some kind of short, creating something movie-wise, be great.
Yeah, like YouTuber. I feel like you could
Natural
do any
artist.
kind of stuff like that. Yeah, yeah. This heat,
Jesus.
it's
sitting
staying
on
on
your
the
tongue.
tongue. It's
It
sitting on
stays.
my whole tongue is on fire a little bit.
The best thing to do is just get right into the next one.
Nice sound.
So for number 9,
Is it?
we're jumping up to the scorpion pepper.
Cool.
1.4 million Scoville.
Where's it? Sounds like my
I'm
bank
getting
account.
chills.
I'm like fucking.
Better be our bank
Starting to
accounts after
drool.
this.
Yeah, again, please, guys, donate. These guys are putting
Feeling it.
themselves through a lot right
We were
now. I can
feeling it.
promise you that because I'm doing it too.
Oh, I haven't dabbed it yet, I
Teary-eyed.
forgot.
This is like one of those stories you read about on the news. Like, 4
Tell
guys
me.
end up in hospital after doing
Let me-
pepper
Did he
challenge.
see that?
He didn't yet. Did you?
Oh.
You know?
Woo! Let's go.
Sitting a little too close to my last guy.
This is harder than ketchup.
That's the most Irish thing I've ever
Harder
heard.
than hell.
Ketchup is spicy.
Maybe I shouldn't have doused it. Mason really doused it.
I'm here to play the game, boys.
He is here to play. He's not here to lose.
That's right.
Oh, there's no winners and losers.
Unless you,
Getting some burps going on.
no DJ Khaled in here, dude.
Ooh, just a dabble.
You know what? Congratulations. You played yourself.
Throw that back.
Bro.
Yeah, that's 8.
Hi, boys.
Hey, love you guys.
All right.
Love you guys.
Cheers to you guys. Next question was, what kind of reaction do you hope to achieve from your listeners and viewers with this newest album?
Good reaction.
A good one. That'd be great.
More specific, come on.
Well, I can already tell you that in writing this album, we've had moments where we're thinking about, I want that upbeat feel. I want that danceable. So, like, really to get a good dancing reaction out of this album would make me really happy because I think the songs lend themselves.
Get people up and moving.
That one was really hot.
I also
What
want
the
people
hell?
to ride in their cars and be like, yeah, you know.
Like,
driving
that
down
one
the
didn't
road.
even taste good.
Vibe
The
to it on the
goal-
way to
No,
work.
little-
and-
little-
The goal is
Exactly.
definitely to make people move and dance, and and also feel something on an emotional level. It's like combining everything that we've done over the past few years and putting it into one product, as opposed to just going like, here's an emotional song, here's a dance song. You know, it's bringing all the worlds together and creating the Dead Ataris.
For sure. I don't know if it counts as like our mission statement or anything, but the fact that right before we started writing songs, we all kind of sat down and like realized that we're making medicine.
Yes.
We're making music, but we're making medicine for people. You know what I mean? Like, we're in it. You know, we're thinking about how the song structure, all this, like what it's about, what the whole meaning of it is. And most people, when they just listen to music, it's just they're off time to get away from the world or whatever. So thinking about it like we're making medicine for people has been helpful.
Yeah, you look like you're hurting over there.
I think I need some medicine.
I feel like I see a tear in your eye, Cody.
Well, we got one more, and then you're gonna play some medicine for us.
Use that album right about now, you know what I mean?
Well, actually, I think we're gonna save this one for right before
All right.
right
yeah.
before our
Little special
yeah.
treat. I guess a treat
can
for
do
you
it.
guys, not a treat for us, but we are going to attempt to play a song after this last dabbling.
Oh
This
boy.
last pepper measures in
good.
at 2.1 million Scoville, and it is the Carolina Reaper.
Let's go.
It's gonna be hot.
This is hot as fuck.
I
Whatever
can-
that last one was,
Yeah.
like the other
you
ones.
guys playing is gonna be fun to watch.
The other ones had flavor, vinegar. This one was like more extra. What was it again?
All right,
Scorpion.
that one.
That was 9.
8 was the tough.
Oh,
one.
you're talking about the first
Yeah,
one
yeah.
that really smacked.
All right,
Hit.
It hurts
All right.
to like breathe
All right,
out.
cheers,
you
yo.
wanna clear out. And
We'll
set
be
up?
back in 5.
Goddamn.
What's going on, guys? We are back with the final hot sauce of the evening and the final question. For the hot sauce, we have the Carolina Reaper measuring in at 2.1 million Scoville. So this one's going to be hot, much hotter than the ones we just did previously. All right. So go ahead and get your dabs in. Dab it up a little bit here. Give it all you got, Tommy. It's the last one.
Oh, she's spicy now. There we go.
Little ice cream to prepare.
To be honest, this has been dabbed like 3 times now, so.
Don't worry, I triple doused mine.
We soaked them all previously.
All these hot sauces have already been rolled in the hot sauces. We're just giving it a little extra boost. You know what I mean?
Guys, go ahead and pop your nugs.
Pop your nugs, boys.
Hey, thanks for watching, everybody.
Cheers, guys.
Love ya.
Don't forget to donate at the bottom, guys. There should be a link. Follow that. Give these guys some money. Final question, guys.
after the release of this next album, what do you guys see the Dead Ataris doing? What's the next move?
Release the album, sick music videos to go out with the album, and then hopefully tour it, man. I want people all over to outside of our bubble, you know what I mean, to hear this music. I think it's worth it. So, good Lord, that tastes terrible.
Yeah, it's really hot.
All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Again, don't forget to hit that donate button, and
let's get into it.
Have some fun.
Oh, smoke. This song is appropriately titled Heat Waves.
Yes, a song by Glass Animals. Hope you guys enjoy it.
My nose, man.
1, 2, 3.
Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He's been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Usually I put something on TV, so we never think about you and me. But today I see our reflections clearly in Hollywood and on the screen. I still a better life than this, something I could never give. Like water on across the road that's gone, all the time has come. But sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He wears, oh my God, can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. You can't fight it, you can't breathe. You say something so loving, but now I gotta let you go. You'll be better off with someone new. You're alone, you know it's for me too. You look so broken when you cry. One more and then I say goodbye. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. He always been, he always been. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights, middle of June. He always faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. He always been faking me out. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. He always been faking me out. He always been faking me out.
He waves by Glass Animals, y'all. We're called the Dead Ataris. Thank you for tuning into our segment. We appreciate you. Cody, you want to give us a little outro here, man?
Thanks again for watching, guys. Don't forget to donate, share the live stream, share with all your friends. All these awesome musicians have joined and created all this for you guys. So don't forget to share and like the music and go find them, go like them, go share them everywhere you can.
Go like them. Hey, Adventures of a Seaman, YouTube, Instagram, anywhere you want to watch.
Instagram,
cool
Facebook.
Yeah.
You can check me out on YouTube. I have a couple videos out there. But again, donate. These guys couldn't do it without your donations, all right?
All the
So
stunts,
have a good one. Thanks for watching, guys.
Yo, all the stunts in this video were done by professionals.
That's right.
Don't try and repeat it at home.
How it feels to donate to the Dead Ataris.
Another huge shout out to Ralph Curtis and his girlfriend for donating money and their time to help make this happen. They just dropped an awesome donation for us. Next up, we have some good friends of ours. Our homies, the Moots, did an incredible job with this performance. Daryl Nutt and Matt Baxley were the first ones to get together and actually submit for this event. So huge shout out to them. Daryl has always showed love and support since the Dead Ataris were kids, just starting here in Southwest Florida. Again, just a reminder, donate. A donation of $10 or more will get you entered in a chance to win a beautiful acoustic electric guitar. But again, donations of any kind are welcome and appreciated. So be sure to share this live stream right now. We want to get this out to as many viewers as possible. So now we're going to turn up your speakers because we're going to enjoy a beautiful performance from the Moots.
Well, it's a wonder man can eat at all, but things are big that should be small. And who can tell magic spells we'll be doing for us? And I'm giving all my love to this world, only to be told I can see, I can breathe. No more will it be, but nothing's gonna change the way we live. And people often get more than they get, and everything is changing for the worse. See, oh, it's a crazy world we're living in, and I just can't see that half of us immersed in sin is all we have to give. In our futures made of virtue, more insanity, and we always seem to be governed by the love we have for useless twisting of our new technology. Oh, now there is no sound, but we all live on the ground. And I'm thinking what a mess we're in. It's hard to know where to begin. You can slip the strictly ties, earthly men is made. And now every mother can choose a color of a child. That's not nature's way. That's not what they said yesterday. With nothing left to do but pray. I think it's time we found a new religion. It's so insane to stand inside another stream. There's something in the future that we have to be told. Futures made of virtue of insanity, and we're always thinking, been loved by this love we have for uses, twisting up our new technology. Oh, now there is no sound, but we all live underground.
what you won't do for love. You tried everything, but you won't give up. In my world, only you make me do for love what I would not do. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. But I'm in a daze from your love, you see. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, I can't let go. Oh, I only want the best, it's true. You won't believe the things I do for you. But you won't do for love. You tried everything, but you won't give up. In my world, only you make me do for love what I would not do. Make me do for love what I would not do. Make me do for love what I would not do. It's party time. The girls don't seem to care what's on, as long as they play to dawn. Nothing but blues and Elvis and somebody else's favorite song. Give her some funked up music, she'll treat you nice. It's all clear to me now. My heart is on fire. My soul's like a wheel that's turning. My love is alive. My love is alive, yeah.
It's your money, and we need it now!
It's your money, and we need it now!
It's your money, and we need it now!
It's your money. Give it when they need it. They need it now.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. Well, wasn't that a great performance from the Moots? Thanks again, guys, for donating your time and your amazing skills for coming out and just playing an awesome set for us. Don't forget, guys, to donate. A donation of $10 or more wins you this beautiful guitar right here. Puts you in a chance, or enters you in a raffle for a chance to win. Next up, we sat down with Taylor Robinson and got some great talking points with him going. So without further ado, Taylor Robinson, everybody.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Thank you guys for tuning into the live stream. Our next guest on the stream is the great Taylor Robinson. Taylor's a killer drummer, songwriter, producer, and overall incredible musician, not to mention the producer of our upcoming record. I sat down with him to talk about the recordings, producing styles and techniques, how living in different cities has affected his songwriting, what it was like to work with us on this record. I also put together a few clips of him behind the kit to give you a sense of what he does. Check it out. Here's Taylor Robinson.
Are you really trying to kill me? Am I really gonna be this weak? And are you gonna pull the knife right out of my back when you placed it, baby? Right next to my heart. I'm not bulletproof. I got the whole moving. I got the heart of a lion.
Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. We got Taylor Robinson. Super happy to have you on the stream. How we doing?
I'm great, man. Yeah, I'm chilling in my house in Nashville. Life is good. Oh, yeah. I see Winston over there in the corner.
Yeah, he's lurking. He's always lurking.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, man. We've been grinding. We've been getting ready for the live stream. As you know, both of us have been working hard, working on this album, trying to get it ready. Had such a good experience in the studio. Especially compared to what we did in the past. Like, this has been very different for us, and a lot of that has to do with the way that you record and the way that you've kind of organized it all. Doing songs by day. That's something we've never done before. You know what I mean? Meaning, we each had an individual day where we did all the songs rather than one song each day, which is super different. And I think the record is overall better for it.
Thanks, man. Makes me happy to hear that. Yeah, this was a sort of a different process than a lot of times when I work on records. We're doing a song, and then we'll do the record over 6 months of sessions.
Right.
And the thing that's been really cool about working on your record is because I don't live there, and we made the decision to use Juniper Recordings, like Caleb Neff's spot, was like, when I come down there, it's like, I'm here for a week. Like, the last sessions we did 7 songs in 7 days. And so that took a lot of pre-planning on my part, a lot of like really demoing them out really good.
Dude, that was a big thing. I was not to cut you off, but that totally changed the whole scope of what we thought. When it comes into recording, we've never done that, demoed the songs out in their entirety, and I think they're so much better for it,
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost like the recording session gives you one last chance to make decisions about, well, what is this organ going to sound like in the context of everything else? Or like, is this the right snare drum? As opposed to, like, if you're making like a couple decisions, it's much easier than trying to make every decision at once. Just because, it's like, it functions way better that way.
Definitely.
Yeah. So this was a super fun one for me, because it's been really fun watching you guys sort of transition out of Solixer and try and just create an entirely new thing. And I think how you execute on that as a band, like that's a difficult thing to navigate because people loved the old thing, right?
Especially like in our circuit, our Southwest Florida area.
Yeah, for sure. And so I definitely came in, you know, with just sort of like pressure on to be like, all right, like, how do I mean, my job in general as a producer, which isn't the only thing that I do, like I do a bunch of different stuff in music, but especially as a producer of a band, you're basically trying to, I'm trying to think of something else that's analogous to it, or like a wedding planner or something. It's like you don't have this woman has this perfect idea of her perfect day, and you're like, okay, but it's not, you know what I mean? Like it's not the simplest thing to pull off, and to try and sort of take these initially to kind of walk people through a little bit of the process. You guys sent me sort of very rough demos that I then spent a fair amount of time in Nashville tweaking and replacing sounds, and you know, maybe Hunter played something on a Wurlitzer that I turned into a synth part, or I redid the drums, or you know, a bunch of different stuff, so that when we finally went in, it was cohesive. But it was, yeah, it's my job as a producer is really about taking this almost like opaque vision that somebody has, where they see little pieces of a completed idea, and being able to get it as close as humanly possible to the vision they had, and that's easier said than done. You know?
I definitely think that you absolutely, without a doubt, helped us do that. I know a big struggle, especially like with my own personal songwriting and shaping of transitions in songwriting. I definitely think through the lens of a band. How would a band do it? You know, and having the producer mindset, like the modern producer mindset of like, you know, changing things so that this, you know, things that could happen in post that I wouldn't understand in the moment that would make all the difference in the song. And I think it's honestly has changed the way I'm looking at songwriting a lot. You know,
Sick.
It absolutely has. I know that the songs we'll write in the future are way more in the vein of that, rather than like, what can I do with my bass, or what cool hits can we do? You know what I mean? And I think that's kind of the sauce of what makes modern music so
well. But
worthwhile.
it's a dance too, because like whether or not you're aware of this, like during the process of making this record, I was very vehement about trying to impart to you guys that, because you know, you guys talk to me a lot about influences and what you want, and a lot of your references and your influences for this record were albums that were very much albums. Like they were very produced, they were away from that sort of live sound, and you know, we talked about a lot of bands, but we talked about the Strokes, we talked about Frank Ocean, we talked about a ton of different stuff. And so I was constantly trying to impart to you, it's like, this is gonna be, take whatever moment. Let's say you're leaving a bridge and you're going to the last chorus of a song, or you're talking about the intro of a song. Like you guys were thinking a lot in terms of what you had done in the past, both on recordings and in live shows. And I kept trying to pull us to do stuff that was closer to the Beach Boys than Led Zeppelin or something. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Not any of the record sounds like the Beach Boys or Led Zeppelin. It doesn't. But like getting way more into the mind of being in a studio recording a sound where you have a million more options than you do live. But the thing I was going to say is it's a dance, because towards especially the second set of recordings that we did, the thing that I realized is like actually injecting just the right amount of your guys' sensibility about how to arrange sort of live stuff actually gives it an identity that maybe is more interesting and separates it just enough to where it gives you guys a real sense of ownership over the music. And so I actually pulled that knob. I took it like all the way down, and then I pulled it back up a little bit.
A little bit. I could feel that for sure.
It just, well, honestly, like you were having, I remember when we were doing Drum Day and you were there and you just kept having cool ideas. And so the other thing is, it's like, whatever you think about how you should be making a record, like, if you have a cool idea, like, you gotta water that seed and see where it goes. And sometimes you look back and you're like, never mind, like, let's do something else. But you kept having really cool ideas, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna roll with this, you know.
Well, I gotta say, it feels really good for me to be able to like say an idea out to a drummer that can just make it happen. It's not like you know what I mean? Like, you're obviously anyone that's worked with you knows that you got the drum sauce, so it's easy for me to be like, oh, I have this. Can you do this real quick? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, well, it works or it doesn't work. You know what I mean? So, one thing you touched on that I wanted to bring up is like the difference in how we used to write in terms of writing just songs, and this being like a full album, feeling like a full piece of art that is one thing, rather than here's a few songs that we like and we put together on an EP. We hope you guys enjoy them. This album feels like, because of the way that you produced it and kind of got us out of our comfort zone and also demoing them out, I think this is going to overall feel like one big piece of art, and that's what I'm most looking forward to, especially like showing you stuff like The Strokes and just like a bunch of our influences. We listen to these big grandiose albums, and by the end of it, I'm like, feel like that was a journey. You know what I mean? I want to have something like that of our own to give to our fans.
Yes. That was one of the reasons that I pushed so hard for, can I talk about Make You Love Again?
Yeah, dude.
So,
it's going to be special.
So to fill everyone on the stream in, I was down for our first set of sessions, and we were doing the first 3 songs on the record. We were kind of done with that. It was like our last day, and Mason was like, we really want to play for you these other, our other sets of songs. And there was, I think, like 10 or 11. We nailed it down to 7 more. And almost as an afterthought, you guys brought up this, I think you were just calling it like the Coldplay song or something.
It had some Coldplay vibes in our mind when we first started, so yeah.
It's funny because it doesn't anymore. But I agree. You had this idea of a song that starts like a whisper and ends like a scream. Something like that. Maybe not a scream, but like something that starts super intimate and just grows and grows and grows. But the time that you did it, we did it in the studio, it was just Hunter and Tommy. And I remember saying to you, and it took a long time for everyone to agree, but I was like, absolutely not. This is Tommy and this is Hunter, and it never, like, we can do more. I mean, this is a great example of what you were talking about, actually, is like, we can do more. We can make it grow without necessarily having to do like the sort of Coldplay Fix You ending. And I don't want to get too much into what that song sounds like because I want people to experience. But it was one of those things that was, you guys almost didn't even want to play it. You were like, this isn't going to be ready. Like, let's focus on stuff that's more completed. And you guys played that. And I remember just saying, I think I was joking, but I think I remember saying, like, if you guys don't put this on the album, I'm out.
Yeah. Like I think what you said was that if for your fans that really know your music, the people that aren't looking for that pop stuff, like, this will be their favorite song on the record. And when we played it, it was just like a floating little idea. It wasn't even a complete song. So
yeah, it still wasn't. I remember we rewrote the entire second half of the song during the sessions last time.
Yeah.
We started to do it. We started to work on it, and there was something that wasn't cohesive or something about the second verse. Oh, it was the perspective changed.
Mm-hmm.
Talking to one person, and then all of a sudden, oh, there's a bug. This is what I get for trying to shoot this in next to all my plants.
I was gonna say you're living in the jungle right now.
I know, man. Anyway, we rewrote the entire second half of the song basically on the spot. And I'm really proud of that song because it's a moment to breathe on the record. It's a moment to kind of like, I don't know.
It's definitely different from everything else.
Really live, just to really live in something that's, I think, really, really special. And so, yeah, this record is cohesive, but it's also pretty expansive too. Like, honestly, like, I don't know if I've told you this, but like compared to a lot of records that I've worked on, or even just stuff I've listened to, like this record covers a lot of ground. So, by the way, also my fan on my thing is running pretty hot, so I'm gonna turn it off just to make sure it's not messing up my audio.
I can hear it a little bit, but it's not too bad, I don't think. But yeah, I agree, man. I think we do cover a lot of ground. There's so many different types of songs, but they all have our identity, and I think you had a lot to do with making that happen. Because I know you have a very unique perspective on our band that no one else has, because you came in when we were still kind of like doing Solixer stuff, played with us, and we kind of explained to you like what we want out of our musical journey, and you've helped us shape the Dead Ataris, basically. You know what I mean? A lot of that.
Yeah, I've been around it. I said this to you at some point during the recording process, was like, I'm so close to this music in a way that I'm not necessarily with everything that I work on, because I've seen the whole movie. You know what I mean? Like, like the first time we met, you were thinking about going to Berkeley, and we sat and talked about my experience there, and and then you guys ended up coming up to Boston, and then you went back to Florida. You started the Solixer thing in Florida or in Boston? I think
it was in Boston. Yeah, exactly. But we brought it back.
So yeah, I'm sorry. I got to pull my fan up a little bit again because
you're good.
I have a temperature meter on my computer, and it's reaching degrees that I know are dangerous.
Well, I know you're also running a computer from the 80s, so was it the first MacBook ever that you're running? See, look at it. I say one thing about it.
Oh, I lost you. I lost you there for a second. I think I got you back.
I just said that you're running a MacBook that maybe the first MacBook ever. What year did it come out? 1983. Still on the same MacBook. Yeah.
1983. Yeah. That's right.
I'm always giving you a hard time about that thing, dude. It's a workhorse, though. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what it is every time I switch computers, I've had a lot of MacBooks. I got this one in, I think, 2016, which now it's like, yeah, this has been too long. But every time I switch them, I lose stuff.
I know.
And I'm much better at file management now than I was the last time I bought one, but I just get scared.
That's the producer's curse, man. You got all those special plugins and whatever you got dialed in the way you like it, and then you get something new, and it's gone. It's like your sound almost,
So I'm gonna definitely lose all my presets on all my plugins. Yeah, it's just it can be a nightmare.
Anyway. Well, I got a couple questions aside from just our album, some stuff about Taylor Robinson. Let me pull up my list here. So something I wanted to ask you: how is producing for other artists? Because like you talked about when we met, we were at Berkeley. I know you went on tour with some people. You did a lot of songwriting and developing. But since moving to Nashville and working with bands, how has that influenced the way that you're writing your own music, especially since dropping Slip? Your songwriting changed?
So you mentioned Nashville. Nashville has had, as a professional, like post Berkeley, I've lived in 3 cities: New York City for 5 years, LA for 3, and I've been in Nashville a year. Actually, next week will be a year.
That's cool.
And Nashville has had the biggest impact as far as changing like how I think about producing and songwriting. Mm-hmm. Nashville has actually had the biggest impact of any of the cities that I've lived in, because Berkeley kind of has a sound. It's notorious for like this sort of melding of jazz, R&B, and hip hop, right? Mm-hmm. And then I moved to New York, which is like, that was like a master's degree in jazz, R&B, and hip hop. Like that was a lot of what I was working on. Bands I was touring with kind of had versions of combinations of those 3 genres, except for like I was doing some reggae stuff for a little while too. And then I moved to LA, and that was actually when I really started producing, like towards the end of my time in Brooklyn. And then in LA, I lived at a house with was me and Mitchell Hauser, who's a phenomenal recording engineer and producer, and he owned a studio that was actually it was a really great living situation. In LA, before 1994, if you built a house, you had to build the garage as a separate building. It was like some city code. So people constantly are redoing these into like Airbnbs or back houses or recording studios. So we had one of those, and it was, it was legit. It's his place of business, and he's made it really special. And kind of the deal with moving in there was like, as long as we don't have clients, you can use the studio. So it was like and also like, as I'm sure you know with anything, like if you're around someone to teach you how to play chess, you're going to go faster than if you're learning chess off the internet, right? Or you're just trying to figure out chess on your own. So having Mitchell there to just like really look at my sessions and being like, okay, well, actually, this compressor is not the best compressor for what you're trying to get. There was a million things like that. And so it was really cool to live there with him. And then then the pandemic hit, and we had nothing to do but sit in that studio. And so that was kind of when I first started. I had put out Slip, which was like my first attempt at creating both like an artist identity and also like a sort of putting my foot forward as a producer. And that opened up a lot of doors, man, to be able to work with a lot of cool artists. And,
I bet, man. I know we played it nonstop once you dropped it.
yeah, man, it was really sick. And then it was just continued learning. It's still continued learning. That it's kind of like the drums were for me from like a very young kid up until 25, 26, where it was like you're constantly just shedding your craft. And so now that I'm 5 or 6 years into producing, it's like it's a constant thing. But your question was about Nashville, or
just how your songwriting has changed since being,
Yeah, it's changed substantially. I've been working with a bunch of people here, but I think the people that have made the biggest difference is Zach Cockrell from the Alabama Shakes. I'm working on a bunch of projects with him right now, and that dude, he's the bass player for the Shakes, and also one of the main contributing songwriters and producers. And he's just been like hugely influential in terms of how I think about space, which is really like the name of the game. When you're trying to produce a band, or you're trying to get a singer to do something, or you're just trying to create a storyline, he's so great at giving you just the right amount of world to fall into.
Atmosphere.
And just he's a great producer of the drums as well. There's a lot of times where we'll be working on a track and he'll just be like, just take this one kick, just take that out. And it's like he found the one kick drum that for some reason I removed that, and the whole song just opens up and breathes a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but I think Nashville is it's a city of songwriters. It's so different from New York, where the musicians own that. Musicians own, like the session musicians in New York are legit, like they're in my opinion the best in the world. And because of that, it's really about the instrumental music in New York.
Technicality being great
Nashville,
at what you do.
Opposite. It's all about storytelling. Part of it because of the influx of country music and folk music, and that influences the pop music that is made here. It influences the hip hop that's made here. It influences the indie rock that's made here. Stuff is really about storytelling, and also really about the recording studio. Whereas New York is not. Like, New York is all about live. Like the musicians in that city, they just want, it's like, go to Rockwood or go to Arlene's Grocery or go to these places. You'll actually see the best musicianship in the world. But like the studio is another animal. How you approach your instrument is so different in the studio. And Nashville has been, it was the right place at the right time for me. You know what I mean? As a guy who basically wanted to just live in studios, I've been touring pretty much since I was 18 up until the pandemic. I wanted to be in one place for a while. And I wanted to just kind of live in studios and create my own music and help other artists to actualize sort of their visions for their art. And Nashville has definitely helped immensely with that because, that's the name of the game here. It's like, let's go cut a record, you know? So
Yeah, man. I know, like, I get a glimpse of what you're talking about. I never lived in New York, but I did live in Boston, and I could see how the musicianship is what is really, really important. And and I've also spent some time in Nashville. And for me personally, I've always been more attracted to songwriting rather than how good you are at your instrument. And I know both are, extremely important, but I think it's kind of the perfect storm with the timing of you getting together with us trying to transition to the Dead Ataris, and then you also being heavily influenced by the songwriter aspect of Nashville rather than the overly musicianship side of New York City, and us coming to you with songs that me and Tommy have been writing songs together our whole friendship, and so us being able to bring ideas that aren't totally complete and then put them through the filter of the Taylor that's been spending time in Nashville, I think overall gave us a really great product,
hell yeah, man. That makes me really happy to hear. I'm really proud of you guys for this record. Not in any part because I worked on it, but I as an abject observer, I legitimately think this is the best body of work that you guys have made in your career.
I feel the same way.
It was, it was an honor to get to work on it. Still working on it. I still got a lot of work, man. It's been fun. Like, I've been listening to these tracks a lot. I was just working on drums for Dragon Fruit yesterday, and it's so fun to start to hear. I actually had my buddy Cameron come over, and I was kind of walking him through Cameron Galpin.
Yeah, shout out Cameron Galpin.
Yeah.
His music's tight. Go look
Yeah,
it up.
got a new record coming that is nuts.
He posted a little clip on his Instagram, and I just couldn't help. I was like, dude, you're fucking insane. You're insane. You're so good.
He's nuts. And he called me a few days ago and was like, how do I produce drums?
As a whole?
I was like, well, okay, let's start with the kick. Let's go to the snare. He's like, you do different stuff to every microphone? And I was like, yeah, dude, come over.
That's me.
I'm working on this record today. I'm doing drums. Come over. And so he was sitting geeking out about like one of the things I did on Dragon Fruit is this is going to get a little heady. I ran a send to a bus where I had a little bit of spring reverb on the snare drum, and I was using this space echo to create a little bit of a slapback with some pre-delay on a snare drum. And this is normally a thing people would use for a guitar, but like producers figured out like you can put a little spring reverb on a snare, and all of a sudden it's something adjacent to reverb, but it's not room sound,
Right. It's like artificial room sound in a way.
No, it's the sound of that sound being sent through a spring.
Right.
That is not rotating. It's basically causing the spring to resonate, and like it's recording that resonation of that spring. In the case of a space echo, it is then recording that to a piece of tape. So that's the output of the space echo unit. Anyway, this is some heady shit.
It's funny how much goes into that one little thing that most people won't even understand, but it makes those 1% differences make 1,000% differences when you're overall.
This is one of the things that really, really has attracted me and kept me interested in production. Is it's kind of like the densest video game in the world.
Right.
It's like you think and then you find a whole level of the map that like you know nothing about, So, and the amount of time that I spend tweaking one frequency band on an EQ, and like, it's intense, man. It's a deeply difficult thing compared to drums, which is more like dancing. It's more like just straight expression. And I love it for that. But producing is way more like sitting in an art studio painting a painting that no one's going to see till you're done, and you get so meticulous over every single little thing, and by the time it's done, this is the other thing that's interesting about producing is there's no, unlike a video game, there's no end credits. There's no point that you get to where you're like, okay, we did it.
Mm-hmm. You can just infinitely.
You could spend the rest of your life producing one album.
That's like D'Angelo.
It would continue to get better, which is crazy. You have to reach a point, and it's really hard, where you just say like, all right, pencils down, and sometimes that comes really naturally, and other times, like for my album Slip, I finally just had to be like, I'm done. Mm-hmm. Like, I had spent 3 years on 5 songs. Like, insanity. But that record is really dense, and I think it's really good because of it. And it got a lot of treatment that most people wouldn't spend the time to do. But it's not always the answer for everything, is spending years and years and years tweaking. I remade Somebody's Fool 5 times from the ground.
Well, hey, I've been doing a bunch of DJ gigs, and I'm playing it probably 3 times a week for like this pool party, and people are fucking loving it.
Yeah, man, I love that song.
Yeah, it's great.
I wish I hadn't put out that record right at the beginning of a pandemic. I had fun plans to tour that album, but on to the next thing,
You think that diminished it, or do you think it made it better? Because I know as soon as the pandemic hit, all I did was I practiced with my loop station, and I just looked up new music. That's all I did was listen to new music.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool. Like, I put that record out almost 3 years ago, and there's still people listening to it. There's still people that hit me up, or like, I heard Somebody's Fool on at a coffee shop or something, and it's definitely, I still get Instagram DMs about people finding their way to that music. And
also Caleb Hawley, I know he's been popping off. I mean, I know he's been doing great, but like I've been seeing him like on TikTok and more stuff, and like it's a trickle down. You say what are other things he's worked on, and then
Yeah, it was a real blessing to get Caleb on that, because he took that song. Actually, the first version of Somebody's Fool was a song called Gold Coated with Cameron Galpin.
Oh, cool.
And he was, not to go too into it, but he had prior obligations to a record label that he was signed to for a while. He had basically he wasn't allowed to release music that wasn't under this Bad Brother. He had an artist thing called Bad Brother. Anyway, it was just legal stuff. It was like, hey, I can't. This was going to come out, and it was going to be like the first thing on Spotify under that name, and the label was like, no, you can't do that. So in a moment of desperation, I hit up Caleb Hawley, and I said, the beat's already done. Just like, would you be interested in this? And he was like, oh, yeah, man, this is cool. Super Caleb, just like, oh, cool, whatever.
Yeah.
And he sent me back. I think we spent a few days talking about ideas, lyric stuff, and then when he finally sent me his first pass, I think that was literally like what we used. No, that's not true. We went to a studio at BMG in New York, and we did the final vocals. But it was very fast.
Yeah.
Just because he's so talented, it was like the first idea was the right idea. I gave almost no notes. When we went back to do final vocals, he gave me a bunch of options of like top lines, and there's probably 40 vocals in that, from like little nuanced little things to the main top line. He probably gave me like 60, and I used 40 of them. You know what I mean?
It doesn't surprise me. He seems like someone that's very in tune with his own, very in tune with his own vocal abilities. So he knows. Seems like he would know what he can do. Well.
Yeah. He was just having fun. The very end of that song is like, shit, man, this is really cool, or something like that. It's like that's the very last thing that you hear on the record. And that was legit. He finished his take and he goes, shit, man, it's a cool song, or something, I forget what
That's so important, man. And just to bring that back to our record, one of the first things that you said, I remember like going on about, oh, this part's more catchy, this sounds more radio friendly, and you were like, shut up. We're making medicine, bro. We need to make and that was what you said. And I literally the whole time we've been recording, I've been thinking that. We're making medicine for people. And it's important to have fun and do it for us, for you, for them, they're the audience, but for us at the same time, and to really get me out of that scope of like, this is more radio friendly. It's like, nah, dude, let's make medicine, make it feel good. And
I was talking with with Zach from the Shakes yesterday about this exact thing. We were talking about. I got to be careful when I'm saying this. We were talking about how the Shakes have been broken up for a while, right? And that's all I'm say about that. But what I was saying to him was, I said, through the process of Boys and Girls, Sound and Color, all of Britney's new music, I said to him, I was like, the one thing that it seems like you guys are asking, the only question it ever seems like you guys are asking is this good? And the amount of respect I have for that, for like, so many people are asking other types of questions. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with asking, like, how commercially viable is this? Or like, is this going to fit on this type of a, well, we want to get playlisted, so is this going to fit kind of in what New Music Friday is looking for? Or is this going to fit on a TV commercial? Like, there's a time and place to make music you want to push for syncing, or music you want whatever. Like, I'm not an idiot and I'm not naive. Like, I've done stuff like that. But when you have an opportunity to have a project to work on where the only question you're asking from start to finish is this good? That's when you enter into the realm, I think, of the reason that we loved bands like the Beach Boys or the Beatles or Bob Marley or Led Zeppelin, because that is music in its most potent form. So anytime I'm working with a band that I can tell, like, you guys, or for me too, like, I do this with my music, it's like, a lot of times I'm really not, I'm just reaching out for something. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to say, like, almost like a prayer to the universe or something, like, I'm here, I'm listening, like, just give me something, let me be a conduit for, like, the realest shit in the universe. And if you have an opportunity to make a record like that, I think you stand a good chance at looking back on it 10 years down the line and being really proud of it.
That's what I want more than anything, man. And it's like tapping into your musical honesty in a way.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, we're coming up on 45 minutes. I could talk to you all day. You know what I mean? Just want to say, like, thank you so much for, being a part of this record. You've definitely influenced, just aside from being a part of the record, just knowing you at Berkeley and being friends with you, you've had a huge influence on my musical journey. And dude, we fucking love you. We're so happy to have you a part of this, and we feel super lucky. And
it's mutual.
You're the man, man.
Best of luck with the stream.
Of course.
This is gonna air. Yo, let me say this to everybody watching. Being a musician is very hard. Funding this shit is very, very, very difficult. I know that we're in a recession, and I know gas prices are high. But if you can find it in your heart to donate some money to this project, just remember all the times you were having a bad day and the right song came on at the right time. Music is not a luxury. Art is not a luxury. And the sacrifices we make as artists to create space and time in our lives, to create things that are ultimately for you guys. Please, whatever you can afford, please donate to this, because these guys are trying to do a very difficult thing, and that takes capital. So anyway.
No doubt. All right, man. Taylor Robinson, guys, go follow him, drop him a like, go listen to Slip. He's got music out for you. Thanks for tuning in, bro. We love you.
Good job.
Hey, thanks again to Taylor Robinson for sitting down with us and doing that interview. Next up, we got one of our best friends from LA, Trey Hughes of Trey Hughes and the Daydreamers. His brand new single, Don't Feed the Fears, is out now, so go check that out. Also, I just got word that we broke $1,000, so thanks to you guys so much. You guys are making this possible for us, and we appreciate you guys so much. Without further ado, Trey Hughes.
Hey guys, my name is Trey. I'm hanging out with the Dead Ataris today. We're going to be raising some money for their upcoming album. Their album is going to be so cool. You should absolutely donate so I can hear it and I can listen to the whole thing. So hurry up and donate so we can get that thing made. I'm going to be playing you a couple of my own songs. My name is Trey Hughes and the Daydreamers. Anywhere you stream music, if you know me, what's up? If you don't know me, please check me out. Anywhere. You might like it. This first song is called Firelight. I'm going to do first. This is my new song. These cold winds and these gray skies, a world of doubt, full of lies. Life is hard, friends come and go. Heal my scars, help me grow. I can see behind your eyes where fears and dreams both come alive. I don't deserve love like you. Take my doubt, make me new. I can't move without you by my side. This world is dark, and you're my firelight. You're my firelight. When I'm stuck and quite unsure, you stay soft, you're my cure. Sing to me the melody from when we were young and so naive. I smell your skin, hints of cinnamon. Feel your breath, helps me settle in this life full of greed. You clear the tension, set me free. I can't move without you by my side. This world is dark, and you're my firelight, and you're my firelight. Thank you for hanging out for that one. That's my newest song. A little more stuff going on in the recorded version, but I hope you like it. This is my first time playing it live for anybody because of COVID. So thank you guys for listening. I wrote that one for my fiance. My next song is called Growing Old. It is a song I wrote about 4 or 5 years ago, but once you release a song, you're usually kind of over it and you move on as a musician, at least in my experience. But this one still really hung with me. I'm very proud of this one. I hope you like it too. It's called Growing Old. The first verse is true. My dog died when I was little. And I hope the rest doesn't come true. So, here's Growing Old. Thanks for hanging out with me. Again, this is a good time to donate for the album, right? The Dead Ataris would love 5, 10, 20, 100, 1,000, $1 billion. Whatever you can donate, do it. The album's gonna be really cool. So, again, sorry, this is called Grown Old. I always shut the door behind me. The last time I forgot I was 10. My dog Russell ran out behind me, and the neighbor's car got the best of him. Growing old and growing wise, you'll find that it means tears and unexpected goodbyes. Growing old and growing wise. I used to buy you roses, and now you get them from him. One man wins, the other loses. I've missed you ever since. Don't look down. This world will pass before you know. Don't look down. This world will pass before you know. I finally gave up smoking the last time I had one lit. I fell asleep while it was burning. I lost my house and all my shit. Growing old and growing wise, world will pass before you know. This world will pass before you know. Thank you so much. A little sad song for you. This is my last song I'm going to be playing. Again, this is your last chance while you're looking at my face to donate to the boys, that Atari. So, wouldn't it be cool if while you were hearing me, you donated to them? You want to do that right now. This is a great time. If not, do it later. Thank you for hanging out with me for so long. Again, Trey Hughes is my name. Trey Hughes and the Daydreamers is the name of my act. If you like any of these songs, please check them out. That's why we do this, you know what I mean? I'll never stop making music, but the more people that listen to it, just the more fun it makes it, you know? This is my last song. It's called Darla. It's like I don't know. This is like a Spanish folk country pop ballad. I really don't know what to call this one. If you know what to call it, tell me. Tell me in the comments. I don't know. Cool. Let's do it. Thank you guys for hanging out. This is my last song. Appreciate it. Lady by the water, are you watching? Make an offer, swim with caution. Your sirens call me home. Woman at the altar, are you praying? Talking to Father, what's he saying? Hail Mary, sin no more. So hard to walk away, so hard to walk away. She'll be the death of me, so hard to walk away. Visions in your crystal tell my future. Does this end? Well, there are such things as fake truths and honest lies. So hard to walk away, so hard to walk away. She'll be the death of me, so hard to walk away. Darling, my drawer's empty. Did you take it? My 380, I swear I'm sorry. I hear the trigger and I'm gone. So hard to walk away, so hard to walk away. She'll be the death of me, so hard to walk away, so hard to walk away, so hard to walk away. She'll be the death of me, so hard to walk away. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll see you guys again in the future. Donate. Let's hear this album. Peace.
Trey Hughes, everybody. Trey Hughes from Trey Hughes and the Daydreamers. Go drop him a follow. Go drop him a like. We've been nonstop playing Don't Feed the Fears. He's on Spotify. Check it out now. Hey, thank you guys so much for watching, donating. We broke $1,000 and we're adding them up, baby. It's going up. Thank you guys so much. It really means a lot. We've been putting a lot of hard work, not only into the album, the stream, and we're coming with 2023 with a vengeance. We see the donations rolling in. Next up, we got a very special treat. My youngest brother, Ethan, and his band, Culture Shock, are going to come on, play a song for you guys. I'm really stoked to have them on. They're the next generation of young rockers here in Southwest Florida. Coming up next, Culture Shock.
The song is called Session by Segmentality. You guys ready?
cope with it. Stuck in a loop, I'm keeping track of what I'm consuming. I'm running no category, new my own. Trying to chill, got a little bit left to hit. I got the light in the papers to go with it. Should we get a session, yeah. Should we get a session, yeah. I had a plan, now I'm stuck in my place alone. The smell of green, that's the freshest of all cologne. Pick up phone and call the rover boy. Let's shuffle you up and thunder. Fuck. Should we get a session? Session, yeah. Session, yeah. Should we get a session,
How it feels to donate to the Dead Ataris.
Come on, you can do this.
Culture shock, everybody. Should we get a session? Hey, thank you guys. That's my little brother on the drums. They're up and coming. Go check them out. They got a bunch of cool music. Up next, my brother, Fine Feather, a.k.a. DJ Francis, a.k.a. Frankie Radosha. We got an awesome set coming up. Honestly, I wouldn't have gotten through Berkeley without this dude. He's one of my very best friends in the world. I wish we lived closer so we can spend more time. I know you feel this way. Hunter has yet to meet him, but, you know, a lot of possibilities here in the future. Since moving to LA, he's been spending a bunch of his time cooking up some of the dirtiest tech house music you can possibly imagine. Crank your speakers, turn on your subwoofer. We about to party. Welcome to the stream, Frankie, a.k.a. Fine Feather.
What's up, guys? My name is Fine Feather. Thank you to the Dead Ataris for having me for this live stream event. I'm excited to play some songs for you. I'm going to play some new unreleased music that'll be released later this year. It's always fun to come out and perform with my friends. I love the Dead Ataris, some of my best friends, some of the best people I know. And please donate throughout the stream. Help support the fam. And man, I know I want to hear Killer album. I'm sure y'all do too. So anything helps, guys. Again, my name is Fine Feather. You can find me on Instagram. You can find me on SoundCloud, and you can find me on all streaming platforms. Thank you guys for rocking with me. I hope you like Tech House, because that's what you're getting. Yeah, have fun, y'all. Thank you.
You got this feeling. It's so appealing. You're barely breathing. Can't fight this feeling. like me too? Do you like the sound of my didgeridoo?
You guys like didgeridoos?
Do you like me
I hope
too?
so.
Do you like the sound of my
That's what the song's about.
didgeridoo? Didgeridoo, didgeridoo.
Listen, I got this thing back at my house. I don't know if you've ever been to like Australia, but it's like this Australian musical instrument. It's actually invented by the Aboriginal people of Australia. A lot of people don't know like what it is or whatever, but yeah, it's pretty cool. It's called a didgeridoo. Maybe you could, if you want to come over, you could, we could hang out and I could maybe play you some songs on my didgeridoo, and you could, you could try it out if you want to. It's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. I think you're gonna like it. I think you're gonna like my didgeridoo. Call me back. Bye.
Didgeridoo.
Birds in Love. We'll go with that. Hope you like it. And if you haven't yet, make sure to donate, y'all. Donate for the birds. Or
I'm a little bird, flap, flap, tweet, 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 tweet. I can tell that she a freak the way she's staring at my big tweet, tweet. She looking real fine, got her feathers on my mind, tweet, tweet. And when she hear my bird call, she'll be flapping towards me all day long, tweet, tweet. I'm a little bird, flap, flap, tweet, 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 tweet. I can tell that she a freak the way she's staring at my big tweet, tweet. She be looking real fine, got her feathers on my mind, tweet, tweet. And when she hear my bird call, she'll be flapping towards me all day long, tweet, tweet.
Yo, thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate y'all listening. Once again, my name is Fine Feather. I am a producer. I am a DJ. I make mostly dance and house music and sometimes other weird stuff. I hope y'all like it. Please give me a shout. Hit me up on Instagram. Hit me up on SoundCloud. Anywhere you want. Thanks, y'all.
I'm a little bird, flap, flap, tweet, 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 tweet. I can tell that she a freak the way she's staring at my big tweet, tweet. She be looking real fine, got her feathers on my mind, tweet, tweet. And when she hear my bird call, she'll be flapping towards me all day long, tweet, tweet.
Yo, once again, thank you to the Dead Ataris. Please donate if y'all haven't. We gotta support them out here and help them make an awesome album. I love you guys. I miss you guys. Some of my favorite musicians and people in the whole world, so please help them out. Once again, my name is Fine Feather. I'm a DJ, I'm a producer. Check me out, and I appreciate y'all listening and hanging with me. Peace, y'all. Thank you.
How it feels to donate to the Dead Ataris.
Hey man, wait up. Dude, how are you not tired? We've been running for miles.
how it feels.
How it feels to donate to the Dead Ataris.
Hey, what is up, y'all? Thank you so much for tuning in. We just heard from Tweet Fine Feather out in California. He's our friend, and we really appreciate him putting in this amazing segment. We were partying on a Monday night, that's for sure. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. Feel free to share and like and subscribe, all the things on Facebook and YouTube. And coming up next, we got a really exciting segment with our friend Caleb Neff. He's an owner of a studio right here in Cape Coral. And he's an incredible producer and engineer, and we are really lucky to record pretty much the entirety of our album at his place. And we had a great interview with him, and we're really excited to share this with you. So once again, donate and feel free to share, and we really appreciate you guys tuning in. So here we go. This is an interview with Caleb Neff. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the live stream. Thank you guys for tuning in. We got a bit of a different segment for you guys. We're super excited to share with you. We got an interview, the first interview of the stream. We're super excited to have Caleb Neff on the stream. He's a local producer, musician, friend, all-around great guy. Super involved in the music scene in the area. So welcome to the show, man.
Thanks
Super
for
happy to
having
have
me.
it. Yeah.
Happy to be here.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
This is really great. We been working hard on the new record. Been hanging out at your place.
Yeah. And I get to hear the songs first, which is pretty cool.
Exactly. Yeah.
I remember the first day that we were gonna go record at your studio. I texted you. I was like, dude, I'm so happy we're doing it at Juniper Recordings. Like, there's honestly not a better spot in the area to record like a full album. To be honest.
Yeah, and like the songs are pretty good. I've been shopping around myself behind the scenes, telling everybody I wrote them. And
yeah, it's
so
great.
I'll see if I can make some money off them.
Already got the writer's credits.
Yeah, he's a smart man, businessman.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, business first.
Oh, I wasn't joking when I said that was a TikTok hit. You're gonna see me in the TikTok video,
dude. We might have to. Yeah, we might have to.
You're gonna have to do the Anthony Fantano first review. Just like, all right, this one is shit.
It's shit,
this
mate.
one's good, but
I'm feeling
too TikTok-y.
I'm feeling a strong 4 on this one.
It's a little too TikTok-y. Is that a thing?
Yeah. They're going for TikTok.
How long have you been making music in Southwest Florida, or at least producing other music outside of your own?
So I did my first record for a client in 2007.
Wow.
Yeah, and I still had another day job, and so for a long time I was kind of like, it slowly worked its way from hobby to part-time to full-time. So it's been a little over 6 years that this has been, like, I would say the only gig. Obviously, I do live sound gigs and play out and stuff like that too, but there's no other day job.
Back then, did you have like a studio in your house, or were you just like starting out? I mean,
No,
we all kind of start out with nothing,
It was
right?
always just like, for a long time, it was like, I have a laptop and an interface, and it just goes around to, like I had an office at the church where I work. So like usually I was just like flying under the radar with what was happening at the church after hours.
Right. Got to use what you got.
Like I'd just be like, hey, nobody's in the building on Saturday, so if your band wants to come in and you know what I mean? Like the cleaning lady would just hear like, some like random like punk rock band like Melting Faces
she was
on
the
a
first.
Saturday after. Yeah, exactly.
She was the first to hear him.
And like it just kind of, you get like a look or whatever, but it was a pretty cool church, so nobody was like, hey, you can't do that. It was like, okay, that's happening today.
Churches are pretty notorious for having decent sound too, so I mean, if you can get some
some
good room sound.
Oh sure, yeah. We got away with a lot for a lot of years. Yeah, it was a good setup.
How long were you doing that kind of setup before you were like, okay, maybe I should like think about starting my own studio or like building my own studio?
Yeah, it's just really kind of like built out of necessity. Like the house where we made your guys' record,
Sunchild,
yeah, with Kayla and all them tunes. I didn't even get that house intending to do what I ended up doing there.
I think we
It's
tracked
like just
guitars in the kitchen or something. It was great. Or something.
Yeah. So that house is so interesting because the live tracking room, the wall didn't go all the way up. It was like open on top. So the kitchen was the reverb chamber for
Exactly.
everything. I always had a mic in the kitchen.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, it's great. Like we got some of the best drum sounds of my life
For real. Oh my God.
in that house because of the kitchen chamber reverb. And that only happened because there was another studio in town that I had like an arrangement with for a while where I was tracking stuff there and then doing overdubs and mixing at my house. And that just kind of like, when I started to be successful in doing that, it fell apart with the studio that was like, oh, hey, maybe I shouldn't support this other person who's taking all of my business. And I was like, I get it. So at that point, I had to like move out of the bedroom and kind of like just told my wife, I'm like, so you know how we have like sort of this kids' playroom, office situation in our house? What if it was tracking room and mix area? You know, it's like...
You know, it's so funny you brought that up because when we were recording at your house, I was thinking about how much your kids are probably like getting secondhand music production knowledge, even though they don't know it yet. You know what I mean? Like as they're growing up and they're seeing the how, you know, just the process, or even like separation, or like the idea of a vocal booth and having that little room, all that stuff. It's probably pretty...
I'm not sure about you guys, but as a kid, I wasn't into music like I was when I was maybe 13. That's when I really got into it. Like, do your kids, do they love music, or are they kind of like, dude, shut up already?
Yeah, it depends on the day. Like, they're kids, so their interests, like, sort of come and go. I don't think it's dawned on them because it's always been part of their life, I don't really think it's dawned on them yet that they're like, it's pretty fucking cool. Dad has a studio, right? It's like, you know, Glenn Johns' son, Ethan Johns, became a famous, like Glenn Johns did, he's in the Beatles documentary, right? He did like a ton of huge 70s records. And then his son, Ethan Johns, had the keys to the studio, I think, when he was like 9 or something. And it's just like, he's like a kid sitting in the corner while they're doing Dark Side of the Moon, just going like, oh, well, that's pretty all right, you know? And then by the time you're a teenager, you're like one of the best engineers in the world because that's been your whole life. So, I mean, that'd be cool if that happened with my kids, but I'm not trying to force it on them. They're just like, hey, so my son sometimes randomly would be like, can we do a song? You know, and I'd be like, all right. Nice. So he wants to play drums. He's a drummer-singer. So he wants me to play guitar, and then he wants me to set up a mic at the drums, and he'll just like bang the drums and be like, toilet paper, squirrels, right? And just like whatever.
That's YouTube gold, man. You gotta
I
get
know.
it.
That's awesome. Well, and he's not even the outgoing one. My daughter is the one who like, she's a little bit more like me in the sense that she's most comfortable when she's in front of a group of people.
Man, I'll tell you what. I walked into your house, and I'm playing with your dog for a minute, and you've got such a beautiful dog, by the way. Oh, my God. But, you know, kind of nipped at me playfully, right? I'm like, oh, you know, joking. She goes, you deserve that. Oh, my God. Ooh. I probably did, but...
You did it wrong.
I did it wrong.
Yeah.
She's hilarious.
She's not intimidated of anyone. The very first concert she went to, and I was doing the Beatles tribute thing with Taylor, and she only
we were there, I think.
Yeah,
we were
she only understood the concept of taking turns. It's like 3 or 4. So in her mind, she's like, Dad's already played 4 songs. When am I going to get a turn? She kept rushing the stage, and my wife had to keep pulling her back, and she was so pissed off because she was like, how many songs is he going to play before I get a turn?
You've got an awesome Dave Grohl moment waiting to happen where it's like she'll get to that age where you guys can bring her on and she'll play a song or something.
No, I'm definitely going to end up working for her at some point in my life. So... I'm resisting the urge to be like a YouTube parent because my daughter would provide the world with plenty of engaging content. But I don't know if that's what I want for her.
Speaking of being a kid, when you were a kid, like, did you always want to be a producer, engineer, or were you like
God, no.
singer-songwriter? Like, where were your passions?
Well, I was in a similar way as my kids. Like, my earliest memories are band practice in the living room. Because my mom has 2 music degrees, and she's always like, cool. her gig has always been she's the music person at whatever church.
Gotcha.
And so like we were doing rock and roll church music in the early 90s.
Love it.
Which is just, I mean, bananas, right? Cool. I mean, like the first generation of like, we're pretty sure jeans are from the devil, but we're trying it out. You know, we're just like baby steps. And like all these people that came in, all the rock and rollers, like their background's not church. So they're like rolling in with the Phil Collins drum sets and Marshall stacks, but it's like a church band. So there's also like a dude there playing accordion just because we say yes to everybody. And like just madness. And that was in my living room all the time. So I started playing in the church band when I was like 9.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of, you know,
Guitar? What were you
part
playing?
of life. Yeah, guitar.
Yeah.
Like at first, just acoustic guitar, not even plugged in, hiding behind a music.
Who needs to hear you, right?
Hiding behind a music.
Surprised you didn't start with
stand.
piano. You know, with
Well,
church.
my mom sat me and my brother down one day when she realized, I think it was like literally the day she realized she wasn't gonna have any more kids, and was like, both of you are learning an instrument. Come on, Mom. It's not cool. Girls are not in the picture. You're like, why would I do this? Me and my brother just wanted to play soccer, and so it's funny. Like the soccer thing stuck for him. He's a pro soccer coach, and then like the music thing, I stuck with it long enough to like start playing Backstreet Boys songs for girls, and then being like, you know, show me the meaning of being lonely on the classical guitar, and going like, well, this is pretty all right, you know?
Yeah. Very cool. Well, I mean, for those that don't know, the record that we're funding right now is all being done at Caleb's home studio, if you haven't already put that together.
Yeah.
And it's really cool to see. I know we were talking about the old studio, the way, because we just recorded, you know, we've already started working on the record. It's really cool to see how much farther it's come along, and not only the room, but the gear and like the investment put in behind it. Do you have any piece of gear that you think that you've had your eye on that you're like, man, one day you'll be in my new studio?
Well,
is there anything you lust over?
Yeah, always.
Yeah, right.
I mean, there's always things, but like you become less and less attached. I don't know if you guys feel this way musically, but like it's nice to have nice things, but it also matters less. As the longer you do it, the less like, you know, you see like amateur guitars in bar bands, like guitarists, they brought 5 Les Pauls to the gig.
Right, yeah.
And you're like, okay, well, fine. But like, you know, the longer you do it, the less you're just like, I mean, whatever. If this keyboard works and the keys are not sticking,
also
let's just play the gig. You know?
Yeah, and no amount of like expensive gear can make up for like talent. Like at the end of the day, what's most important is how you play it. So
yeah, so like with the gear, I want to make my life easy. But I mean, like when I got my first U87, that was like my first, you know, like $3,000 microphone.
You're like,
you're just like,
oh, yeah, exactly.
It made me think of Bruce Willis in Die Hard when he just like scrawls, "Now I have a machine gun." You know what I mean? You're like, I'm ready.
Yes.
You know.
Wait, what movie is that?
Die Hard.
Die Hard.
The Christmas movie, right?
Yeah, the greatest Christmas movie ever.
But then you have when you get nice things, and then you quickly learn you can still make shitty records with nice things. Right? It didn't really level up my game. It just might have been like bad in HD. So you know, there's always things like, and they get further away and more expensive, and they make less of a difference. You know what I mean? Like when we're at Blackbird, there's a 50s. Or no, sorry, it's a 1947 J200 at Blackbird, and I always, when we go up there, like, what can we get for you? And I'm like, just give me that Gibson. And there's like, oh, it's in someone else's session, and I'm like, when they go on lunch, can you disappear that guitar for me? And like multiple times, interns have stolen that guitar. And like, cool. I would love to know, like, it's Taylor Swift's session or something like that, and they're just like, oh, sorry, I don't know where the guitar went.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
we can get you something else, but I mean, to have something like that, that's 15 grand, 20. I don't know. You know,
you hold it very gently.
I don't know. It's a lot. So like, those are the only things that I want anymore. Where it's like it's something that I want now because I have so much stuff. I have like it's stupid amount of things.
It was great. That's what kind of why now prompted my question. I was like, you got the goods.
I'm like, the only things that are left that are like that are really gonna be a noticeable difference is like. It's so it sounds so spoiled to say, but like any guitar I'm excited about is like $6 grand.
Yeah. No.
Mostly because I only want old acoustics. Like electrics can do whatever, and you get a Tele, you get a Strat, you get a Les Paul, you get like a hollow body. good. But like acoustics,
Mm-hmm.
there's just a thing that
something special.
Old wood is just magical.
Yeah,
And there's
yeah.
it doesn't. You can get like a $10,000 Collings and or Santa Cruz, like whatever the, expensive guitar makers, and it's like, this is a really gorgeous guitar. But have you ever played an old one?
Yeah, like.
No,
Yeah.
we're super grateful though to like be using your studio and all that great
No
equipment.
doubt.
Like it's gonna show on this record. We've already heard it. Like
Yeah.
just the first session was just amazing. Like
Yeah,
right
that's
off
the
bat.
dream.
Yeah.
That's the dream is like just make a good place for people to create and make cool records. And that's always been the idea for me, is to position myself in a way that I can just make cool records. So, like one of the things about doing it in my house, even though now it's a fairly elaborate house setup that might be debatably better than anywhere else in a long ways.
It's pretty good. I can
but,
vouch.
but the idea of the scam is that it's like, well, if I do it in my house and I don't have to like pay $1 billion to have a space somewhere, that's the key to just being able to make cool records.
Definitely. You spend as much time as you want in there too. like,
Correct.
as
Or
many
cool
hours.
podcasts, because
Yes.
Spoiler alert: we're in our house.
Yeah. That's the key. And so like it's so wild how early on when I first started, and maybe because I was a victim of the the negative perception of Cape Coral and surrounding areas, where like literally the first 2 years I did it and I made like 3, 4, 5 cool records with interesting artists. And it's not just like, oh, this is so-and-so trying to copy whatever's cool on the radio, right? It's like, oh, like these people can play and their songs are good and this stuff is interesting. I would finish one and be like, that's probably the last one. Like there's probably never, like that's it. I've now worked with all of the cool people in Southwest Florida. And then 2 weeks later, you get a call from somebody, and they'd send you demos, and you'd be like, "Oh, good Lord! Like,
Isn't that great?
This is really interesting,
man.
and
That's
doesn't.
awesome.
They're not trying to copy anything; they're just good. And then it
Genuine
just keeps
influences,
happening.
That's
People come out of the woodwork, and then it's fun because you'll I share stuff on my story or whatever, and then other Southwest Florida musicians. Because it's weird, everybody's gigging, so people don't know about other stuff that's
And
happening.
all the Southwest Florida musicians are following you too, so it's like
And then I get all these messages where they're like, "Holy shit, who is that?" And I'm like, "I tell you what, man, check this record out when it comes out because man, there's just so much cool stuff happening in our area."
I was just gonna say that, like, maybe about 10 years ago, when me and Mason were first starting out and getting gigs, we didn't know a ton of bands.
Right.
We didn't know anybody that was kind of doing something similar. Now it seems like we're chock full of them, and they're all good. And it's just exciting to see that this town is growing in a positive way. And honestly, a lot of it,
musically,
I think, is thanks to you and having a space where people can go, man, there's something of great caliber here that we can go and record, and also that it's a fun space to be. To be at.
Yeah, I appreciate being part of it. I think that there's a lot of people that I have had these conversations with that there is like a degree of intentionality to saying we don't just want to do a cool thing. We want to be part of making our area a great place to make art. So like create a platform because it doesn't exist. So people are like, oh, you should go to Nashville, you should go to Austin. And you're like, why? You have to murder 5 people to get on stage tonight? Like for what reason? The everything already exists and is kind of set in stone. And so in this area, it's being built. And so you have the possibility of creating an inclusive space where it's like, well, it's just getting better for everyone, right? We're not like, cool, the 4 of us are cool, slam the door behind you and don't let anyone else in. It's like, we can just choose to not make it like that.
Yeah, that's I don't think that's the vibe either. It definitely seems like people are helping each other around
It's
here.
a really great artistic community, and like people are not like territorial. The people that are successful are like all of them that I've met are like, great, we're in this together, let's make it awesome.
Exactly. And I mean, there isn't a crazy amount of original shows that I see, so that the inclination to help other musicians it just helps make the shows happen when they do happen way better. You know what I mean? Like everyone's down to like, oh, hop on this bill with me, or let's get 3 or 4 bands together and do shorter original sets, and then those shows end up being pretty great. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
separating the worlds of just going out to see bands at a bar and drink, and then like playing original music and just getting a bunch of bands together and having a real blowout where it feels like, man, I just went to a show rather than, you know, just going around and seeing.
Yeah, and and as a part of that, there's a lot of bands like you guys that have cracked the code on how to make both things work.
Yeah.
Where
we're trying.
you can go play bar gigs and private events and country clubs and weddings and whatever, and still, maybe not weddings, but other than that, like make it cool and interesting. So like that's also a thing that, you know, some people like will look down on just because of comparing the two, but you're like, well, dude, have you ever like seen Electric Mud at a bar gig? Like, pretty
Awesome.
crazy,
Yeah.
dude. You're like,
Oh, yeah.
So you know, there's all these bands that are kind of like figuring out that Southwest Florida is a great space to be successful in more than one way.
Exactly.
And
It took us a long time to figure that out too, because we blended the original songs, the bar gig. We thought this was, you know what I mean? And then since separating the Dead Ataris from the lineup, it's like lifted the veil of like how many different avenues we can invest our time and music in to, you know, be successful.
Yeah.
In Southwest Florida, especially.
Yeah, and so there's like a great community for both things, and it crosses over and feeds into each other. And I mean, part of it is that like the supply and demand is such that
it's kind of right here.
We're not fighting over gigs because there's more gigs than bands. So you're just
exactly,
like, it's great, dude. Everybody wins, and it's plenty to go around. So
I mean, when Mason and I lived in Boston, we had to pay like $100 just to get to the gig.
Right.
And
Yeah.
set up, you know, and we're on a train with a giant, you know, Fender
It was
twin
gnarly. We had
reverb,
some gnarly days.
and it was just
How
tough,
cool
man.
is
and
this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just to have some guy that doesn't know our sound or music at all mix us to just like however they want.
Right.
And honestly,
We're
we're
like,
just playing for the other bands. It's
Yeah,
not like there's
yeah.
I mean, that's the beauty of the digital age we live in now. You know what I mean? I think if we were making we're doing more recording and doing more videos in Boston, like who knows what the shows would have been, but that's definitely the avenue now, which is why we're investing so much in making this record and just trying to get it out on the internet, make dope videos, make it all really cohesive, you know?
Definitely. I have a question for you. For the studio, are you planning to expand at any point, or is it right now you're just kind of chilling on what you have?
Man, I'm always open to possibilities of that. It's just that, like we were just referencing a second ago, what I'm looking for is so specific that if I ended up with some massive, impressive studio space, that I would then, like, you put the cart before the horse in the standpoint of, like, okay, we got to be making records in this space 70 hours a week to break even. And then you're like, that's not going to feel like success. So I would like to be part of something that's collaborative at some point, because I think that what our area is missing a little bit is like a giant, impressive, gorgeous tracking facility that can be utilized for all kinds of things. But unfortunately, people keep doing that poorly.
Also,
oh, good! I got myself in trouble again. Yay!
Musical fantasy factory is what we need.
Yeah,
We need a big
it keeps you know, people have taken a swing at it, but it doesn't stick or whatever. There's so many like little random stories of that, but yeah. So I mean, there are definitely quite a few other talented people doing what I'm doing, and definitely, especially if you expand out and look at what people are doing in different genres, there are a lot of really cool things happening in Southwest Florida. So, I mean, I think if something like that were to happen, it would happen like really naturally, and probably partnering up with some of the other people that are doing cool stuff. But right now, the setup is so sweet, and the limitations are so few that I'm not highly motivated.
Have you found any local artists reaching out to you about that are like different from the genre you normally are recording? You know, have you done any rap or any like hip hop or anything like that? Or
yeah, at this point, I turn down more projects than I take, and there's all kinds of reasons. But like,
it is your house and your family too.
well, yeah, like I said, it's like it's a fairly intimate process.
Yeah.
Most records that I make, I'm involved from the writing to the release strategy.
Nice.
Right? Like the first step of the process is normally an artist. It's like, I want to do an EP. And I go, great. Have you written like 15 songs? And they're like, nah, I've got 4.5. And I'm like, cool. Hit me up when you got 15 songs. I'd love to talk. It's like, I lose a lot of clients in that stage, and I don't care because I'm just like, you shouldn't make an EP if you've written 3 songs. And you're like, no, I'm sure I'll write 3 more by next week. And you're like, don't do that.
You got to pick the right 3 out of the 20 that you.
If you don't leave anything on the cutting room floor, how do you know we're recording your best material?
No doubt.
Right? No one should record every song that they've written. It can't possibly all be good.
Right.
My first full-length record that I did with my band was 10 songs out of a pool of 60. I'm not saying everyone should do that. I mean, that was because we hadn't, it was a decade's worth of material leading up to that. But yeah, so like I just typically am so involved that I like can't do stuff that I'm not interested in. Right?
That should be how it is too. You know?
Like you can't. So if somebody isn't the right artistic fit, I'd just be like, hey, here's a guy that would do a great job. Yeah. And then those people are out there. So like in the hip hop world, I send Josh Baker a lot of people. He's like really good at that. And I know there's other guys dude that work with Dominic Fike is out there, and like there's some people that are really great.
Yeah.
But like, so I just go, you should. If someone hits me up and they're like, my band is Infant Annihilation Death Apocalypse Syndrome.
That's
and I'm
kind
like,
of what I was gonna
it sounds like you might be a metal band. Yeah, and I'm like, did you realize that there's like 4 amazing metal producers in our area, and I'm not one of them? Just go work with a dude that does those records all the time, because I don't know how to make guitars in drop C sound good.
Definitely respect you for that, man. You gotta I mean, there's definitely integrity in working on stuff that you feel is resonates with you, even if you're not a part of the writing process, or even what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not even like, I know it sounds like this big artistic integrity move, and it's just not. I just don't want to do it.
Oh,
like,
then also that.
No, it doesn't make any sense to take someone's money to do something that I'm like, there's another guy down the street who charges the same or less and is a lot better, and I also don't really want to do this.
That's a fair enough reason in itself.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, man. Sometimes you get messages like that where just like the person, what they just said to you, it's not possible. Like, I'm going to do this, 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 and this by next week. And you're like, no,
okay.
Nah, dude. Like, I don't want to take your money for you to find out that that's not possible. No. You're going to be so pissed when you find out that like, you're not going to record a full length album tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Or whatever.
And that's good to know we have somebody out there or out in our community that's like willing to look out for the artist. You're not just going to go, yeah, I'll take your fucking money.
Half the time those people get pissed off because they're like, what? And you're
why
like,
doesn't this sound heavy?
Is it me? Is it me?
Yeah, dude, I pissed off a guy a few weeks ago because he was like, I want to book a day, and I talked to him and talked about his style, and I was like, all right, cool, let's book a day and see how it goes. And sometimes that's an okay way to find out if it's going to be a fit.
It's gonna vibe, yeah.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like, I got a message from him the day before that was like, we're going to do all of this stuff. And I'm like, you just described 2 weeks worth of work. Like, there's no way that's going to happen tomorrow. Like, you're going to start getting pissed 4 hours into the day tomorrow. And I don't need to do that to find out that that's going to be the case.
I don't think everyone has extremely realistic goals about what it takes to actually go through the whole recording process. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I mean, it's part of learning.
I was just watching there's this new Tom Petty documentary about the Wildflowers record. And they just will casually just be like, yeah, we worked on this for a year and a half. Oof. And you're like, you just listen, like but that's the story of all of those records, like the sort of milestone rock records. You'd be like, the Beatles made a record in 24 hours. And you're like, that happened one time. What's the overwhelming? And those were all live takes of songs that worked in that format. And they only had 2-track recordings. So there wasn't any reason to do anything else.
They were ready to do it.
And then later on, they spent 6 months on stuff. It's like, so like all these records that we look at as milestone records, they take forever. And because the budgets were infinite, they were able to spend 6 weeks on a snare sound. And now we're like, we're trying to just crank stuff out on a reasonable timeline. And, you do the best you can.
Yeah, for sure.
Our goal, our like dream is to be able to make a record and have like 8 months of even
For
just
real.
like hanging out and like just getting the vibe for the whole record. I mean, Mason and I have lived off this Chili Peppers documentary called Funky Monks. and they live in
Watch it.
They live in this legendary mansion for like 8 months, and they just make what I consider one of the best records.
Oh, is this
that
the
I've
one
ever
that's
heard.
haunted?
This
It's like
is
where the
haunted-
Beatles made the White
Jimi
Album, I
Hendrix
think.
apparently died in the mansion or something, or had a threesome. One of the two.
Yeah.
But
Both.
both probably. But that is our dream, is just to be able to spend as much time as we can possibly think on making the grandest record. And I think this is the closest thing that we've come so far to getting that. You know, including prep time and everything, just getting things right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because what it does is it leaves time for mistakes.
Sure.
It leaves time for maybe not even, you might not call them mistakes, but to like go down a particular path with a song and then realize that's not the best way to do it.
Sure.
Right? Rather than just being like, well, we have to track this song today. By the end of the day, it has to be done, and it is what it is. Right? And that is the reality of how most records are getting made anymore, regardless of whether you're on a label or whatever. Nobody has the Def Leppard 1985 budget anymore to make you know what I mean? It's not like just like lines of blow and
Trust
like
me, we're feeling that right now, which is why we're doing this whole thing. Donate
yeah,
now,
I know,
baby.
Right? So you got to have people that are going to help support art, because
no doubt,
if you want
Shout
great
out the
stuff
Beatles.
that
Great
lasts
stuff,
the
yeah.
test of time, that's not just
Exactly.
like, oh, I put out a record this week, and everybody's like, great, okay, high five, and then you move on to like, well, okay, what happened today? You know, like the
Yeah.
things that stick around tend to require like a little more investment.
Yeah.
TLC.
We're feeling it.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
on that note, why don't you tell people where they can find you, or Juniper Records, like.
Yeah, like I have a Juniper Recording Facebook page. I'm on Instagram. I think it's Lebster, probably.
Lebster.
You'll find. Look,
Yeah.
you'll find.
We'll
me.
make sure to link all this
You'll
stuff.
find me,
Yeah.
and then you'll see all of my hilarious behind the scenes
great.
stories and sneak peeks of mixes as they're coming together when the artists allow me to do that. I always ask permission. Yeah, so you can follow all of the studio-related hijinks. Probably at the Instagram is the best thing.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming out, dude. Before we wrap this up, we curated a little TikTok segment we want to play for you,
Okay.
and just watch a couple different videos.
All right.
No expectations. just
Love it.
Yeah.
React accordingly.
Okay. I love
neither
it. Here we go.
neither me or Hunter have seen these either.
Yeah.
So we'll be reacting.
it.
Yeah, excited. Oh, runaway symbol.
So he threw
Okay,
that?
yeah, run it back. Start from the beginning again.
didn't-
So what happened is he's thrashing about on stage, and he throws a cymbal. It comes
He's
off.
hitting sticks.
Yeah, it comes off, and then just full beans at this lady's face. And he's like, "Are you okay?"
Are you all right? Are you all right? Please don't sue me. Please. Please, please,
Exactly.
please.
Dang, I'm
His
a little-
concerts honestly look like a great time.
I mean,
Yeah, it
yeah,
looks
they're
so
definitely
much
doing it.
So awesome. Yeah, I mean that's the one. It's got to be towards the end. If he's walking
What a
around smashing
jam.
shit, it's not the beginning of the
What
show.
a jam, dude. Even the album version of that song where they like go back into the jam. You're like, you know they had to fight 5 different people's opinion to be like, we're putting a gratuitous outro jam on this song and it's gonna slap. You know, you're like, who
And it
gets
does.
away with that stuff anymore?
Also, whoever was hit by that is like so happy. Like they got that on their wall.
Yeah, do I
now.
get to
They got
keep
the
that
symbol up there?
extremely expensive
But
China
you
symbol?
can't see who it is, so you would hope that at a situation, if you were going to become famous, you'd be like, "That's me. I got hit in the face." I was at a show in Atlanta, and my friend JR, the dude was doing the singer was doing the Robert Plant thing, swinging the microphone.
Oh, boy.
SM58. It came off.
You got to have it taped. If you're doing that, it's got to be taped.
Dude, it better be. And it was like a mosh pit situation, and I'm too old for that, so I was like backing up, and I saw the mic fly over my head, and I was like, oh, God. And then, like 10 minutes later, my friend JR is like, hey, he taps me on the shoulder. I turn around. He's like, blood all down his face, like big wet paper towel. And I was like, you're the guy! Like, we got separated at the show, and then he got smashed his glasses. We had to go to the ER. He wanted to see
crazy.
he wanted to see the rest of the show, so we stayed while he was holding. We FaceTimed my wife, who's a nurse. And we're just like, hey, she can't even hear anything, so I'm texting her while she's looking. Does JR need to go to the hospital right now, or can we wait to the end of the show?
Fun fact: we actually used that mic to record all the vocals for this new record. So get ready for
There you
that.
go.
Covered in blood. Too.
Hardcore.
Blood dipped.
Okay.
All right, what's next?
I'm scared.
Oh, I've seen
This
this one.
the audio's not that great, but it's classic.
Oh, but we get it. He's like,
Oh!
Yeah, is this Backstreets?
yeah.
It looks like definitely a bar room.
Oh,
Yes.
Band fight.
Dude, I love it.
Oh, someone had too many whiskeys.
This is the story
Don't
of
flip off
how
your
the
drummer.
Dead Ataris lost their last drummer, right?
Yeah. One wrong middle finger.
This is a documentary footage.
All right, what else we got?
I mean, auditions are tough.
Oh no.
What?
Oh, this is gonna end well.
It's like, yeah, I'll give it a try.
Oh,
dude, just cracked himself right in the face.
oh. Yeah, can we slow or
Oh, that's got to be an ICP concert, dude.
No, dude, that's Slipknot, man.
That's Slipknot?
Hell yeah, that's Slipknot.
Oh, this guy's a
Okay,
real
now I
genius,
hear it.
man.
Why is this a
Dude.
thing?
So that's like one of the members of Slipknot is just like auxiliary percussion. I mean, you know, like their whole vibe is just like the craziness of seeing all nine of them on stage, and they're all going full beans the whole time. So I think in the record there's like a beer keg sound. So he hops down and lets fans do it, but I don't think that guy realized how
ricochet.
How
yeah, the
bouncy it was gonna be.
exactly
Bounce back.
cracked
Wrong
him back in the
spot, man.
forehead.
I can't. I mean, it seems like a thing that would happen often.
Yeah, no doubt. There's probably quite a few injuries on their
do it
show.
on purpose because they think it's hilarious.
Like, yeah, give him a bat, see what happens.
4 out of 5 times our fans are seriously injured, and it's awesome.
All right. Oh, I love it.
Who is this?
All right, this one's a little hard to see. I'm not sure the band. Somebody out there is going to be like, oh, dude, it's this band, of course. It's just an
going on?
absolute brawl on the side of the stage. The band does not care at all. They
No,
just
we've
play
done
through
that.
it. Yeah.
We've been in this exact incident.
Yeah. Is the band involved, or
No, I think there was just something happening on the side of the stage. And can you run it back?
and the guitar player is like,
There's the guitar player's not caring; he's just watching.
Yeah.
But there's a cop there, and he pulls out his taser to go stop the fight, and then another cop just absolutely hammers the dude. Right there, and he's just like, "Get on the ground."
okay, yeah.
Have you ever
Good
had a
times.
fight at any shows around here? You ever performed and like had a brawl or anything go on?
I don't think so. There was one time back when I still worked at the church. I think my most uncomfortable
Church fight. Oh god.
No, well, this wasn't at the, but it was like a Saturday night show where I'm gonna get up the following morning and like preach a sermon, and I'm out, and it was like a after party for the 99X X Fest,
Hell
right?
yeah.
And so first of all, the band that I was in was like, I wasn't the lead singer, I was like guitar player, and it was like Hootie and the Blowfish type stuff. Like we shouldn't have been playing the after party for like 99X. And so we get there, we're all set up, they tell us what time. So it's like there goes from being no one there, because it's the official after party, there's no one there, and all of a sudden there's like 500 people in a room that holds 200. And it's like, and introducing the wet t-shirt contest. And I was like, what the actual, we're on stage already. I'm like, I don't want to be in these videos, right?
That's like
Everyone's
disrespectful.
out, and I was like, oh my God, dude, what? And then they come out and just like pictures, and so my first thought is like, she just dumped a pitcher of water right on my pedal board.
Oh.
Right, because my pedal board's tucked up against the
People
edge
don't
of the
even like
stage.
have the thought of
And
that.
so
You know.
everyone's like, woo, and they do it, and I'm like, no. So like in someone's video, I'm like diving, probably looking like I'm diving at this woman, but I'm like saving like. At the time, I was really into pedals, so like I had a bunch of expensive crap.
Worst
And
nightmare.
And then the second girl fell. They were like, it was like one of those venues like Buddha. It wasn't Buddha, but they had like a box on the sub, so it was like a step up where they were doing the wet t-shirt contest. But this isn't a good idea. It gets all wet, and so like the second girl gets up, they pour the water over her. She takes one step, and bam. And now I'm like, should I? I don't know how to help. right? It was like
get your pedals out of there, dude.
Also, you're pretty pissed off at this point. You're like,
yeah, I was like,
don't want
I can't be here.
yeah.
It's past my bedtime.
Yeah,
This is not a good look for me.
We've seen a fight or two.
Oh, we've seen plenty.
I
don't know
like
what it is,
so
man.
many,
Like,
dude. I
They
don't
follow
know.
you
Yeah.
around.
Well, maybe I don't know.
It's probably your angry vibe.
Yeah, yeah. You know, that's
Angry
that's what people
Ataris.
really take away from our shows. The real Rage Against the Machine vibes.
Yeah.
The liberate.
We've seen some shit though. I mean, just 10 years playing in this area, man.
Yeah.
We've seen it all. We still have yet to see a wet T-shirt concert test though. But
Yeah. Well, what's going to be really fun is when you're already out on stage and they're like, and introducing the opening act, the opening act for the Dead Ataris, the wet T-shirt concert. You're like, okay, do I stay here while this? I feel like I don't need to be on stage for this moment.
All right, let's check out the next video. This is an absolute classic. This is Tool.
oh,
They're
I
on
know
stage.
this.
You know, he's getting it. This is like, it looks like, I don't know, 90s or early 2000s. Some fan rushes the stage, and the lead singer is not having it.
Oh, hell yeah!
Look.
Man, he's waiting for that moment.
He's still singing.
Just singing the rest of the song. He's got him in a chokehold.
Wow.
Security's doing nothing because they know he's got it under. Best seat in the house right there, dude.
Yeah.
That's so sensual. If you think about it.
He's got his arm up like he's like going along to it.
Ooh, man.
Is he trying to hit him?
No, that's like that's the guy. He's just like, you know, he's probably feels so awkward now, and he's just like in the clutches.
Yeah, he's like,
It's very
maybe
odd.
it wasn't the best idea and made enemies with the band.
He got slammed pretty hard.
Dude, he got
Yeah.
slammed and then just held and then scream in his ear.
He might not know where he is right now. Yeah.
I wonder if he ever rushed another stage.
We'll never know.
Or if he survived at that point. They were just like, sorry about
Well, he had his arm
Yeah,
going. I think he
yeah.
was. I doubt he's really choking him out. You know what I mean? But it was kind of like,
Yeah,
step
that's
on my stage,
bananas.
it's chaos.
Wow.
Sticking with the music themed.
Music and violence.
Oh, I've seen
This
this
one's
one.
for for you.
Oh, I know this.
Deal. I
Give me
love
those
the
keyboard sounds.
I just really love that it's electric drums.
So good.
It's the kick for me. The What's better, you know?
It's so
Do you think he got paid?
Oh, it's a
Dude,
volunteer.
it's the fails route.
Some Berkeley audition?
Yeah. And then this is like the groove part.
Oh my gosh. That's so awesome. Well, the thing in church is that you have all these volunteer musicians. So there's this weird thing that happens in a lot of church cultures where they're like, I'm just bringing my best to Jesus, and today that was my drum solo. Right? And you're like,
Who can argue?
They spiritualize it in a way that you got to be like,
You gotta be okay with it.
Well, thanks, Brad. I appreciate you coming. Because you're like, they're not getting paid, so you're just like, well, what am I going to do if I offend the guy? He's going to leave the church, and I won't have a drummer. So, yeah, it's just the craziest stuff goes on. And now I kind of go in and do, like, church consulting gigs a lot of times for sound stuff.
Just to help it like smooth.
Just to figure out sound issues. But then I end up being Dr. Phil once I'm in the building, you know, because they're like, well, this guy always shreds drum solos at inopportune moments. And then I end up having the conversation with Brad, the volunteer drummer, like, Brad, have you ever listened to these records that they're playing these songs from? Do you ever hear any
solos.
Do you hear drum solos on any of these Bethel records, buddy? Like,
All right, let's check out this next one. This was also a classic. It even says it. Fucking
I
hell.
love these.
oh, man.
I can watch that guy fall down 100 times.
That's really good. It's like the one, where's the one with a redneck guy who starts screaming? There's another like famous.
Similar.
Yeah.
I mean, that space is it the same song you're saying?
No.
Oh,
it's
just
like
like
another like similar thing where he's like, I'm gonna teach you how to play guitar or whatever, and then he makes a mistake and starts screaming.
One more time. Fuck it.
It's like the deer that hits the playground equipment.
Yeah. Just his guitar just got smashed.
So
You can just let it roll. This is my favorite one. This one's for Tommy.
Stealing your solo, bro.
His energy is amazing. It sounds like Count Dracula.
Yeah, the Count.
Yeah. Dude, I love it. Dude, he knows. He knows.
Awesome.
He knows what he's doing.
The band is good.
Watch. He like gets in front of the.
Oh my!
I think he gave him a pat on the
video
back.
would have been legendary without that thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
When I saw it, I was
Had
like,
a
"You're going on."
Yeah.
Oh, that was gold.
Oh
That guy
man,
is wonderful.
I love it.
I would
Yeah.
see that show. The band is good.
Yeah.
If he calls you tomorrow and goes, "I've got 3 songs. I want to do a full-length album. I'll give you $300."
Yeah.
What are you doing?
$300.
full length,
$100 a song.
and it's all gonna be done by tomorrow.
This is what they do. They go, the song's only 3 minutes long. So
That's it.
So I can do 5 takes and be out of there in 15 minutes?
15 minutes, right?
Is that not how it works?
Set me up, little Mike.
Well, boys, we did it.
We done did it.
We did.
Caleb Neff,
This guy's the man.
We solved it again.
we're super excited to continue recording the rest of this album at your place, man.
Me too.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for coming in and talking with us. It's been a pleasure, dude.
Yeah.
Good time. Let's do it again sometime.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Thank you guys for watching.
Appreciate it, man.
Shout out to everyone that has donated so far, whether it be their time or their money or just watching the stream and sharing that stream. We appreciate each and every one of you. All the money donated will be going towards the Dead Atari's debut album. It's music funded by the listeners for the listeners. That's for you guys. This new debut album has a lot coming out that they just they created just specifically for you guys. Quick reminder, we will have this beautiful guitar up for donation at the end of the stream. All you have to do is donate $10 or more to get your name entered into the raffle to win this beautiful guitar right here. Up next, we have another special performance right here live in the home studio. The voice of the Dead Ataris himself, Thomas O'Brien, is going to perform a few live songs. So big thumbs up in the chat and share your love in the chat for Thomas O'Brien.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Before I get started, I want to say thank you guys for donating, giving us your time, and showing us all the love, man. We did not know what to expect from this live stream, from this fundraiser, and you guys have blown us away, so thank you guys so much. I'm going to start off with a song called Tongue Tied. What you know about making time, she said, when all I really need was time just to reflect and get my head back straight. You know I can't relate, 'cause I don't think about this man the way you do. And I don't wanna talk you through, I wanna get you through. All I really needed was just some time to reflect. All I really needed was to tell you what's intended. Yeah. What you know about love? I think it's time to reel in the line. What you know about love? I won't buy, but you gotta keep on driving. Come on. Oh, all my life I've wasted time, but it's gotta be better than being tongue-tied when all I want is to be by your side. And I get these lines and I never wanna change, no, and I never wanna stay the same. What you know about love? Come on. I think it's time to reel in the line. What you know about love?
I won't buy, but you gotta keep on driving. So what you gonna bow down, what you gonna bow down to? I'ma stay. What you gonna bow down, what you gonna bow down to? No, I'm gonna stay. What you gonna bow down, what you gonna bow down to? No, I'ma stay. Yeah. Ooh. What you know about love? I think it sounds too real in the line. What you know about love? I won't buy, but you gotta keep on driving, yeah. What you know about love? I think it sounds too real in the line. What you know about love? I won't buy, but you gotta keep on driving. Hey, song called Tongue Tied. Hey, thank you all very much. And once again, I want to remind you guys, if you donate even just $10, you enter into the raffle to win this beautiful guitar over here. Whew, I actually wrote a song on that. Anyway, I'm going to play you guys one of these songs. I want to dedicate this song to two people very special to me. My bandmates, Hunter McDaniel and Mason Reinick. Fucking love you guys. Here's a song that we almost put on the record. Didn't quite make it, but it was almost there. This song's called September. Going out of business soon. Heart set on the routine that I'm used to. Hold your horses, never been tongue-tied. Negative changes I see form inside. I can't find my reasons as to why she'll come running back when the power's gone. It's not over till I find a way to sing and say goodbye for now. The music's just beginning. August came around and maybe next December you can tell your friends you love me in September. Yeah. Fiending for your love, I toss and turn. Think by now my dumbass would have learned. Not so easy when you get ahead. Thinking of times that you were in my bed. I can't find my reasons as to why she'll come running back when the power's gone. It's not over till I find a way to sing and say goodbye for now. The music's just beginning. August came around and maybe next December you can tell your friends you love me in September. It's not over till I find a way to sing and say goodbye for now. The music's just beginning. August came around, maybe next December you can tell your friends you love me in September. Soon, heart set on the routine that I'm used to. Heaven's going out of business soon. Heart set on the routine that I'm used to. Well, I can't find my reasons as to why. I can't find my reasons as to why. Say anything at all. I can't. She'll come running back when the power's gone. I can't. Don't say anything at all. I can't. She'll come running back when the power's gone.
Hey, a song called September. Ooh, man, I was nervous to do that one. Man, we were playing that when we were 19, I think. Anyway, I got one more song for you guys. Once again, thank you guys for all the support, all the love, the donations. We feel the love, man, I'm telling you. Here's a song called Kayla. Got no money for the rent, I spend my paycheck. Sun is setting, clock's ticking, but I'm taking my time. I'm going out tonight. On the road, all alone, ain't got no numbers. Feeling slow, but I'm so damn tired of getting high. You'll be fine on your own. Ooh. All the more love that you give makes you grow old. You'll be fine on your own. All the more love that you give makes you grow old. Kayla. I need a love, I need a cold one. Times are tough when you're trying hard just to have fun. You're searching for the sun. All my friends reminisce about our past times. Good or bad, but still a dance by the fire while getting high. You'll be fine on your own. All the more love that you give makes you grow old. You'll be fine on your own. All the more love that you give makes you grow old. You'll be fine on your own. Ooh. All the more love that you give makes you grow old. You'll be fine on your own. Ooh, yeah. All the more love that you give makes you grow old. I love you, baby. And thank you guys. Much love to you.
Oh, Tommy, thanks again. That was an awesome song. I love hearing him sing, man. It's just great, especially those classic songs like Kayla. I love that song. Next up, we have a local legend, Bob Tabarini. Bob is a well-known musician in the Southwest Florida area here. He's a leading example of a professional musician and an awesome frontman. Bob stopped by the studio and had a chat with the Dead Ataris. Before we get to that, though, I just want to remind you, donate. $10 or more can get you a chance to win this beautiful guitar right here behind me. But again, any donation of any amount is more than welcome and so appreciated. Stick around, because after Bob, we have the final performance of the Dead Ataris together. They'll be playing one more song for us, so stick around. Next up, Bob Tabarini.
We got an awesome segment coming up for you guys. We have Bob Tabarini coming into the studio, chat with us for a little while. Bob's a musician, a frontman, founding member of the Louis P. Tabarini Children Music Outreach Foundation, and a local legend. So, Bob, thanks for joining us, man. Good to
Thank you, man.
dude. Super happy to have you. I was saying to Hunter, because Hunter has never met you. We've got all the history. You're like one of the first people that put us on to playing, performing in this town. First, I think Sandblast was probably the first time we ever
played in front of a crowd.
Like a solid crowd, yeah.
Like
man.
as a band, yeah.
So a lot of our growth is accredited to what you've done. So.
Well, I was happy. I had the privilege of knowing you your entire life.
Yeah, no kidding.
I've seen you, go from, really literally picking your first bass notes.
I want to get the mic a little.
I've gone to watch you from literally picking your first bass notes to, becoming, a successful band leader and doing the things you're doing. So it's pretty cool to watch it come full circle.
Thanks, man. Yeah. We've definitely been working at it. I think definitely some of the first gigs we ever played, me and Tommy, were that you helped us get were like while we were still in high school. Ended up having my dad having to chaperone the first hour or something like that, and then we had high school the next morning or something like that. So classic times, right?
And it's crazy to think, because I remember seeing the poster when we saw our band name on the poster. We were like, oh my God, this is the biggest thing.
I definitely
2011.
passed them
and
out.
to think that's 11 years ago is just insane to me.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely wild.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really cool to have you on here helping support the podcast or helping support the album, because I think this music we've made is some of the best we've ever done.
Let's talk about that for a minute. Like, tell me a little bit about what your vision is for not only the recording and putting it out to the world. Like, what are you guys thinking?
Well, we're recording at Caleb Neff's studio, Juniper Records. We got Taylor Robinson playing drums and producing, and he's a dude that I went to middle school with here, and since then he went on to just do a lot of stuff in the industry, go to Berkeley, go on tour, produce some really awesome people, and it's cool to have us come back together at this point. You know what I mean? So all from the same town, working on a record in Cape Coral.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know.
It's going to be amazing. It's like a lot of just like catchy, straightforward pop songs that are just really enjoyable. But we got a lot of spicy stuff in there. So.
But you were talking about kind of putting it together as an entire piece of art rather than just a collection of songs.
Yeah,
exactly. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, a lot of my favorite artists, like have such a vision for the full piece of artwork, and a lot of our previous releases kind of had been a collection of our favorite songs. And not only is this a collection of our favorite songs, but we've found a way in our like artistic growth to seamlessly try to put them together. I don't want to give away too much before we get it all done, but it just feels like the next steps.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And also, like, we've grown as artists over the past 10 years since we've been doing it. So I just feel like this is the best product that we can put out now, because we've grown. We can finally show our evolution into who we are and what we're becoming. And yeah, like Hunter said, they're full of pop songs, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a full concept. Everything is going to feel like a movie in a way. We're telling a story in an album rather than just
That's what I want,
song by song by song. That's the difference.
Well, I mean, I'm from the era where, bands like The Who did, Tommy. Beatles did Sgt. Pepper. So, that's my sweet spot. And this is something I want to talk about with you guys, because I know the interviewee's doing the interview.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I was like, are you interviewing us or what?
Here's the conversation.
No doubt.
We're talking about, especially us all being from the same area, and us all, pushing each other to win, and us all, we kind of have some insight on how our machines work, but to look under the hood of how your friends are doing it is kind of cool. So I've got a lot of history with you two, and it's like we talk about the Beatles. Like, I kind of feel like you two have got like a Lennon McCartney thing, and I want to ask him, where does he fit into your guys' songwriting?
So,
is he the George Harrison?
Actually, more than anything, man, we're really inspired by Red Hot Chili Peppers. We love Flea and Anthony Kiedis. Like, those are our two pillars. If anything, I'd say Hunter's our John Frusciante. I almost called him John. But yeah, and George Harrison, if you will, as well. I mean, the Beatles are the reason why I play music at all. Too. I think for like half of the population, but yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, I love, like, I come from a lot of like R&B and jazz background too, and I studied jazz in college, jazz piano.
I'm just a jazzing boy.
But I also just love singer-songwriter music. So when I first like heard their music, their original music, their first EPs, I was just kind of blown away, and I was like, holy shit, I really want to be a part of that. There's like a lot of jazzy elements in some of the chords, and just, I don't know, they have a very unique style, and I was like, that sounds like something like that I haven't heard, especially from this area, from local guys. So I was really excited.
Thomas and I have been writing together for like 10 years exclusively almost. So like having Hunter bring an element of songwriting that fits what we already vibe with, that is completely different, was what I think was like, you're in the band. You know what I mean?
It's cool to have, I think it's like adding a little bit of like a little fresh spice into the chili. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you use the same recipe, like you can do it a whole bunch of different cool ways, but just sometimes adding that added element. You know what I'm saying? So when you guys like, who usually presents us? Do you bring song ideas to them, or how does it usually work? Like, walk me through like the last song you guys put together.
Well, I mean, it's different each song, but like half the time I'll write something in my room and I'll be like, this is a good idea. I'll bring it to the band and we'll flesh it out more. Same with Hunter. Hunter is we're both always writing, and like I think Mason's strong suit is being like, all right, here's a song. Like, how can we make this better? How can we bring it some life and character and more?
I like the mold and shape.
Yeah. So it's like we kind of have that thing where it's like, someone will bring an idea, and then each one of us will help flesh it out. And I think we're all in a place where we're open to criticism, and it's not necessarily criticism, but it's like, well, if you want me to have my signature on it, then I'll put my signature. If not, then that's fine. But it's just us being able to be vulnerable with each other, and also know that everything's coming from a place of love and trying to create the best thing possible.
Dude, that is the healthiest and most adult productive way to get it done, because it's so easy, I think, when you're an artist, especially, even if it's not your song, when you contribute your ideas, and if they might not fit the original person's idea, or if you guys are working as a team, if you are kind of keeping it as a democracy, you'd be like, man, this is a pretty strong idea, and the other guys are like, we're not seeing it that way. When you say coming from a place of love, you have to think, you know what, we're just trying to, every decision is not always going to, work out perfect for everybody.
Sure,
it's
right.
Like being able to decide, which ideas you really feel strong enough about to really make your case, and and just like kind of like trusting your guys to say, you know what, I don't have to always be right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I don't have to always, sometimes my idea of what the right path is might not always be the right path. So being able to say, look, I have enough faith in you guys, I'm going to take your guys' lead on this one.
Sure. That's exactly what I was going to say there at the end, is that we've almost appointed leaders on different parts, like who brings the song, who brings the idea that's really connecting with us all. Where this album has a bunch of, it's more of a collective than ever before, because we have Hunter in the mix, and like every song is kind of different. So we've kind of gotten to the point where we appoint a leader to the song and say, like, you really have a solid idea, and you're like got a fresh connection with it. Lead us, give us the way. You know what I mean?
That's the name of the record, Fresh Connection. We just figured it out.
French? The French Connection?
I was telling you about that film. Have you seen The French Connection? Of course. I've never seen it, and I put like 15 minutes on last night. I was like, I gotta watch this with my dad. Like, he's gonna love this. So, yeah.
The French Dispatch?
It's a good movie too.
So let's talk about you, man. How's the foundation going?
The foundation's doing incredible.
Yeah, I've seen.
We're up with School of Rock now, which has been the best thing that ever happened in the history of our foundation.
So cool.
So now we've got, I don't know, not only, I mean, it's cool on so many levels, but one of the coolest things is they have their house band, and these kids are amazing. I don't know, they remind me very much of you guys.
We've seen them.
I love it.
Yeah, they're great.
I mean, just like, ahead of the curve, you know what I'm saying, and inspiring and happy. You know what I'm saying? And here's the coolest thing about it is, I'm getting to know some of the kids that are out playing, and to see them go from kind of shy and timid to really seeing them getting comfortable on stage, and seeing them, move not because they're being instructed to move, but move because they're happy.
The music's making them, yeah.
I'm telling you, it's a real thing, and we all know what that feels like,
They're bringing that to other aspects of their lives.
Oh my God, 100%.
That's how we felt. So.
And so the cool thing about it is when these guys play, when they collect all their tips, all the tips go to the Tabarini Foundation. And so it's
excellent.
It's a self-perpetuating thing, and we're just going to keep growing music in Southwest Florida. So I can tell you, I know for me, I'm already on my way up, but you guys should be worried, because in 5 years, 10 years, there's going to be some serious competition.
I love it.
On your back door.
I love it. We've seen them performing outside of. We'll be playing at the Lucky Screw or someplace downtown. We'll see them performing outside and just absolutely killing it.
They're better than honestly half the bands that are working in this.
Yeah,
they are. Yeah.
They're just like, it's just awesome to see. And I think what's cool about it is it's almost like our music scene in a mini, because it's the same. You know how we all have rotating members in our bands. You know, like we've shared members in our band. Like
Mhm.
it just is how
No
it
doubt.
goes.
Sure.
And to see these kids, they'll do 2 or 3 songs and then change lineups. Do 2 or 3 songs, change lineups. So you'll see the same drummer play with 15 different musicians.
That's so good for
You
you.
know what I'm saying? So what they're learning is how to listen, pay attention, interact, and I don't know. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, real life experience.
It really is,
Yeah.
man. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's like boot camp for band camp.
And that's great because, like,
For real.
what other places are doing that? There's not a lot of places, like, in America even, that are giving kids opportunities to play in bands and meet other musicians. I mean, even when we were in high school, we could see that the musical department was just getting smaller and smaller. So it's really great to know that there's somebody out there that's caring for the kids and caring about the progression of the music in our area.
I feel like what we're doing is we're like watering the grass so that after, you know, when these
Yeah.
blades turn brown and fall off. I'm just saying, but I can't wait to kind of like now, like I'm happy to be passing the baton to you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
I'm
man.
still playing, I'm still gigging, but to see, like I feel like it's this. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like where my thing is maybe on this end of it, you guys are just cranking it up to get going. So you guys are in a sweet spot too. So
Thanks,
I think
man.
that you guys also have a leadership role with these kids because you're much closer in age. You're much closer. They might look at me and be like, I don't know what that dinosaur's doing, but they could look at you guys and say, wow, I can see myself really truly doing this.
Yeah.
So hopefully, someone we're going to be watching this podcast and be
Yes.
you know what, that's some ideas for us. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And you know what? We should get Doug Harris over here from School of Rock.
Yeah, we would love that. Definitely.
Yeah.
We were.
And not only that, but his music director, Devin, that works with the kids, also Berkeley grads. You guys would have.
Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna have the. We did our first, and I don't like the idea of like a music competition, but Rock the Stage that we did last year is kind of like we're trying to do is assemble, some resources because we have resources, and just figure out how to distribute them, to the next, I guess next class of players coming up. So what we did is we got 3 studios to donate packages. We got Pharmadelica Studios.
Okay.
We got the Fort Studios, and we got House Immortal. And what we did is, it wasn't necessarily about, who won. It was about who would benefit most from these resources right now in their
Right.
career.
That's awesome.
So we've got 3 young musicians that now have little recording packages that, they're going to get their first chance to do what you guys done. How old were you guys when you released your very first product?
Well, probably about 18, maybe 19. I mean, we were just talking about this yesterday. We it was Daryl Nutt and Ray Nesbitt that produced our first single, Skydive, and we had to be 18, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we were still in high school, so.
And that was a huge deal for us.
Yeah,
man.
it was-
that
it was insane.
life changing, and that gave us a real idea of what it's like to go into a studio and hear your song idea like change. And at first you're like, whoa, no, I want that raw sound, right? But the more you do it, you're like, no, I want it to be a bit more polished, and we learned a lot from just that one recording.
And what's really interesting is like playing live is so different than playing to a recording in
Yeah.
a studio, and it's great for the School of Rock and any other kids that are involved with the foundation to feel what it's like to play for a crowd, and then have to take the same song or same ideas and bring them into a studio and play differently, play to the room, play to the other musicians, the adrenaline is different. Everything feels different. So, got to get it behind you.
My experience. Do you guys get more nervous? Let's talk each other. Are you more
Yeah.
nervous live or in the studio?
In the studio, for
Yeah.
sure.
What about
for
you?
sure.
Live or in the studio? Where are you more nervous?
I guess I would have to say in the studio, but it depends. A lot of my tracking has been done like in a room by myself. And I find like if I'm in the room with other people, I'm good to go. Like if I can sit behind the booth and just play, it just feels fine to me. It feels like I'm live almost. But when I'm like in a room and I have my headphones on and it's just like isolation, and then you hear the click track, I'm like, I gotta nail this. Yeah.
I don't know. I would say probably. I think live. I when I'm in a recording booth, I'm like, fucking finally, this is it. Like we're here now. We can track it. But live, anything can happen. Anything can happen, and you're in front of people, so it's like a little bit worse. But I don't know. Like now we've done it so much. Like there's not a lot of nerves. Like sometimes there will be, but I don't know.
We're also rehearsed as hell when we go to record, so it's
Yeah.
like we've been playing the shit out of these songs.
We're
So
but we're ready to be in the studio when we're there. So
I think one of my strong suits is like just improvising. That's why playing live is like so much easier for us because we can be freer. Like for all of us, the same way we get a lot more freer with how we play it because the pressure is way lower. Because like when you're making a record, you're trying to. I'm thinking about listening to this record in like 30, 40 years down the line, and
that's it.
I want to be listening to it, all the time and not get sick of it. Because if it's too complicated, too muddy, it can get kind of annoying. So we're trying to get a nice, balance for this new record.
Tommy makes some magic happen when he's in the booth alone. You turn off the lights, cover the window,
I
and
make
then let
it
him
pitch
sing.
black, and I pretend my body doesn't exist. It's great, man. I love that shit.
But I think that it's important, especially when you say about it, like recording. It's really got those elements because it's in the moment, but that moment's going to be preserved. As long as there's recorded, human history.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that to me, I'm much more nervous in the studio because I think I'm very aware that everything that is a discrepancy, not that there's necessarily anything wrong that you play, but some things don't come out exactly the way you heard it in your head or you thought it would.
Yeah.
And I think that sometimes live magic happens when happy accidents happen.
Yeah.
But they're not always happy accidents.
I love happy accidents.
We
I
had a couple of those.
That's
in
the
the
shit
first
that
session.
really kind of I don't want things to sound too robotic. I want to hear the human element in music.
Me too.
Yeah, man.
100%.
Just record the human element and then give it to a producer that can
Yeah,
just make
that's
it
right,
nice and
that's
slick.
right.
How often are you in the studio?
Not very often. You know what I'm saying? Like, so much of what we do is live, or not we, Vic and Tyler are in the studio all the time. And, when they have something that they're like, hey, either for a podcast or do something. But my part of Red Hannah is, kind of the business guy, the booking guy. And plus I play solo so much.
Right.
The Taverini Foundation. Like the only time I'm in the studio if they're like, hey, we got something in the studio. And that's probably another reason where it's not really my comfort zone because I'm not there often enough.
Right.
And so live, I'm probably the sloppiest singer guitar player on the planet, but I'm a good communicator. So live is just fun. You know what I'm saying?
You're better than you're giving yourself credit for, but you're definitely a great communicator. You know how to like connect with people in the crowd and make. I mean, there's always that level as a performer of like the barrier where like is what I'm gonna say gonna be awkward or is everyone gonna take it right? Is how's the room gonna overall vibe after what I say? And you do a great job of that.
But the thing is, I think that the secret to that is you got to just kind of get over your fear of I guess rejection.
Right.
Sure.
And I also go for a success ratio. I mean, like I can't imagine the amount of time that my guys will roll their eyes because I said something silly.
Right.
But if you say something that falls flat, you don't have to leave it on that flat note. You can follow it up with another idea.
Sure.
So that is, I think that people are like, well, what you do with the crowd. I think it's a very teachable and very learnable skill.
It totally is.
I think that what has to happen is, and here's the thing for my acoustic shows, I always put out the vibe that, hey, I don't want you to feel like you're watching me. I want you to feel like we're all at a campfire together on the beach, and I just happen to be the knucklehead with the guitar.
That's awesome. I love that.
And so when we're singing together and playing together and talking together, like I'm not more important than anybody. Like
Love
I'm
that.
just another freaking, bozo on the bus. You know what I'm saying? Like let's do
Yeah.
this together. And
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'll bring a bunch of shakers and tambourines and submarines and nunchucks and whatever, and hand all that stuff out and just like make it so we're doing it as a team. And I think that is something that I think that when you break down that barrier between them and us, and people will be like, look, I just want to hang out and have fun. It makes the communication a lot easier because you don't feel like I'm projecting to a room. I feel like I'm talking to my friends.
That's the best way is to make them feel like friends.
Yeah,
you
and
know what I mean?
think that way. I mean, and to me, the reason I still do this is it's a real thing. I can kind of put on a face for a minute, but so much of what I do really comes from the heart, man. I love people. I love seeing people smile, and I don't really care about like for my acoustic shows especially, but even my band shows. Like, I don't care if a song is cool or not. If it makes people happy, man, I'll be as happy as I'll playing it. Because I just I'm there because I like the way music makes me feel, and I like it watching it affect other people that way too, man.
Man, I would love to see you do a TED Talk. Like, you would be such a great person to, like, watch and say just a lot of what you just said now and making people realize as an artist or playing as a solo artist, like, you are a part of this bigger thing. You're not there to to be like, behold my excellence and
No.
look how
Not
great
everyone's
I
Prince.
am. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, man. I think that philosophy is such a great one to have.
Yeah, I'm always like, look how cool you guys are.
Yeah.
You know, I'm saying that because really, I mean, you guys know it doesn't matter how good we are. If we're not there and connecting with people and making it fun, and I don't know, I think that's something that is a learned skill,
Yeah.
and a learnable skill, and I think it needs to be about kind of adjusting what you're there for. Am I there for me or am I there for us?
Right.
I'm there for us. I'm there. Like I can have, and I think I learned a lot of that when I was doing the, during the pandemic. We talked about this when everything shut down, and people like do an online show. I'm like, man, it just doesn't feel right for me for some reason because one, I don't think I'm that good a singer or player. I think my strength is this. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, so people are like doing an online show, and a friend of mine's like, look, I'll pay you to do it, and I jokingly said, I'd rather have you throw an extension cord down the end of your driveway, and I'll pull up and plug in a play, and we'll do this.
And it became. I saw you on social media doing that.
But then I started doing it. As
So
soon as
cool.
I said that, and so I think that what happened is I think it really changed my perception of what music really does. Because sometimes someone would hire me to go play like their parents' house, and so I would go there, and they'd be like, "What this?" Is this guy delivering a pizza? What's this guy doing? And I would come out and I would just pop up on that thing and I'd play like a half-hour show.
That's so cool.
And it would be like two people, and you would think it would be awkward. We would have a
That's so
blast.
sweet.
Yeah, very cool.
And you would think that it would be weird. It was not weird at all.
Well, maybe, for you, but if I showed up and I'm like, behold my excellence, I'm going to play for you.
Quiet in the back.
But I think you think that, but
Yeah.
I think that what would happen is after a song, you'd be like, hey man, what do you got? Like, what do you got?
Yeah.
We would, and the cool thing about it is you could do something at those shows that you couldn't do in a room with 300 people.
Sure.
You could talk to them and say, hey, what do you like? And I would play a song and they'd be like, wow, I saw that band when I was, blah, blah, blah. And I'd be like, and we would talk about it for 2 minutes. You can't do that in a bar.
No.
So, I mean, like all those little pop-up shows were just like magic. And I think when I went back to the bars, when now, like if at the end of the night, if there's only 5 or 10 people, rather than being like, wow, this sucks, I'd be like, man, these 5 or 10 people are going to have a blast right now, and I'm going to have a blast with them, and we'll end up having a freaking hoot, you know what I'm saying? So, and I think that now I enjoy my shows from the very first song to the very last song, because I think when you take it away for a minute, when you get it back, be like, man, because I'll tell you, I don't know what you guys were thinking, but when we got shut down, I'm like, look, I don't build anything. I don't make anything.
Yeah.
It's not like, in a post-apocalyptic society, I'm not making bullets.
Yeah, right.
Like, I don't know. Am I going to have a job in the future? I'm sure we all
We felt
thought
the
that.
same way.
Yeah,
We
we're
were.
like, what the, go ahead. I didn't cut you off, but I'm like, what are we going to do?
Yeah, we were super thankful to do the live stream, and that's kind of supported us, just like being live on Twitch, being live on Facebook, being live on YouTube, and taking donations and taking like subscriptions and stuff. And that's pretty much how we got through COVID, because we had just like you're saying, we had nothing. We don't build or make anything besides, you got to hope that you made a record or something.
But I think that the one thing that I found out, I thought that at first, and then when I went out and did the live shows, you guys probably saw it. We build more than we think we build. We build hope, we build happiness. I'm saying, so I thought that, maybe I realized how important my job was when I started doing that. I used to think that it wasn't that important, and because I would go to these people's houses, and you could tell it was right at the height of the fear, right at the height of the isolation. And you could see, it's like everyone had this like glazed over look in their eye, just like, what's going on. And by the time we played music for a half hour, man, you would see color come back on their face.
Awesome. Yeah.
You would see a smile come back. And I'm telling you, and it's an energy transfer. And that it's a real thing.
Man, that's the best part about playing music. It's not it's the best part about playing music is feeling like you can play a song for somebody and you don't know them. I mean, this has happened a few times. Like we'll play one of our originals and like somebody will come up and rather than being like, oh, you're so good or you sound great, they go, my father just passed away and you played this song and it made me think of him and I just want to say thank you for that. That is better than any
like,
compliment. That's like that's the reason I feel like we all got into it. It's like we felt so connected to something and now we're able to help give that to somebody else, and that's what it's all about.
Definitely missed that during COVID too. Is like not having that.
Dude, I'm telling you, I think that I would have did those pop-up shows for free for my own mental health, because I'm telling you, I'm not put together on the best of circumstances. So when you take away my medicine, which is hanging out with my friends and playing music and doing that stuff, man, I was going downhill quick.
Yeah, just
you guys were at least still doing your thing, and I think that you guys were one of the most
used
successful. And I think you guys, everyone kind of has to choose their own thing. Like what didn't work for me is what worked for you, and I think that's a cool thing too. Like not everyone has to pick the same way to get through, whatever we're getting through.
Yeah.
I respected the way you guys did it because I think you guys did it in a way that was strictly you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Thank you.
you.
But I think I did for me what was strictly for me. You know what I'm saying? So I think that, but I know that what did happen is you guys help people with your music and I help people with my music, and music help people.
Yeah, 100%.
And I think it's our responsibility, and I really do. I didn't think it was as important as it is until I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah. To touch on what you said about playing songs for people, that you stopped caring about what songs you were playing as long as you can tell it was making people enjoy it.
Yeah.
It's funny that you said that because I always wrote, I think as a band, we always wrote that line of like wanting to play songs that we know the crowd is going to enjoy, but then wanting to just play original songs. And then since separating the Dead Ataris from the lineup, because the lineup is our cover band, we play all the spots. And then the Dead Ataris is like our original band, only original music, original performances. Since doing that, I've been able to have so much more fun playing the cover songs at the gigs because I would feel like, man, we wrote this, we spent so much time writing this song, figuring out how to play it. That's more on my part because I run the beats. I run like the drums while playing the bass right now. So put all the time into it. We play the song, and then someone's like, play Valerie, and we're like, okay, dude. Go back into it. And I was like, man, it just feels like we're down cutting our music. Since separating that, Valerie's become more fun. You know what I mean?
And I think that's the artist in you, because what you're doing is like, I'm not sure what the proper analogy is other than to say that I completely understand what you're saying. And I think that by separating this, because when you're putting a piece of your artistic creation out there, and then you slap freaking Margaritaville on top of it, you're like,
yeah, exactly.
But I'm saying, but if you can go say, here's Margaritaville and Brown Eyed Girl, and we're going to get paid well to do it, and here is our artistic vision. When you can separate those two lanes, you can crush this without feeling like you're making it dirty, and you can go do this with a big smile on your face because, hey, this is our job.
It took me a long time.
Our job is making people happy. And guess what? This is something that I've evolved over time, too. I hate to tell everyone, but Five Finger Death Punch and Jimmy Buffett aren't that far apart. You didn't write either of them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, playing the song with extra distortion and, drop beat tuning.
I love it.
Does that make you any cooler? I'm just saying, does that make you any cooler than, I'm just saying, like, to me, if I'm connecting with people and they're smiling, that's all I care about.
Yeah.
And I don't,
And that's how you know you're doing it for the right things. You're not like, I want all this money, or you're like, it's almost like a healer. I want to heal in a way,
But I think that if you were doing it for the money, I think people can see that, you know what I'm saying? Obviously I think we make more money playing Margaritaville than the other, but the thing is the reason that I can do it with a smile is I enjoy, the more people that you make happy, the more money you're going to make. And so I think that it's like, if you're doing it because you want to make people happy and the money goes up, that's a pretty natural progression. If you're playing it because you want to make the money and you're playing the songs and you're not doing it from the heart, I think the reason that I'm fairly successful as a solo guy, if you see my show, I'm smiling the whole time because it's real. And
I love that.
And I don't care what song it is. If I can physically sing it and you want to hear it, except for Freebird.
That one's out.
That's forbidden.
Well, we've all got a couple of songs that
I'm
it's
just
like,
saying,
come on.
and the reason, and guess what? For $500, I'll become Bobby Van Zandt. It'll blow your mind. But I'm saying, it's the one little thing I got a little, fence around.
Yeah.
But that fence is $500. If you want to pay,
hop on over.
If you want to pay the toll, come on over to Bob Country.
Everybody's got their price, man.
Yeah, I'm saying, but hey, but guess what? For $500, I'll do that with a smile on my face. I'll think of all the tofu turkey legs I can get.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying? And I think you got to keep it with a sense of humor. You know what I'm saying? Like, Like if somebody does pay that $500, guess what the smile on my face is going to look like?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I got what I wanted. You got what you wanted. Let's enjoy this. 4.5 minutes of Freebird.
That was actually one of the things I wrote down, was that you have a good sense of humor, even when you're connecting with the crowd, talking, or like your social media presence has always got like a light,
You know what?
fun
Yeah,
tone.
that makes me want to ask. Have you ever thought about doing stand-up? Have you ever done stand-up?
No, the reason that I don't think I'd be comfortable is I don't think I could be funny on the spot, and I don't think I could be funny consistently. I think I think I'm a social commentator. Like if I'm at a gig and something funny happens, I'm gonna probably repeat what I just saw in a way that might be funny. But to have the pressure of having to be funny,
I understand.
I don't think that I could do that.
Do you ever think about writing a set?
I don't think I don't know jokes. I mean, I really I don't have the memory or the mindset. Like if you asked me to tell a joke right now, I couldn't tell you one. I really couldn't.
Well, you lose the presence. You lose being present and being funny. You start overthinking things. I do the same thing. If somebody's like, "Tell that joke," I'm like I don't know how.
I really don't. So I think that I don't know. To me, to try to be a stand-up comedian, I don't think that in fact, I know I couldn't do it.
That I think some of my favorite comedians that I watch nowadays, and I'm like probably have said the same thing, like Bert Kreischer, or other a couple other comedians are like, it was never for me, and then one day it's just like clicked.
I should say never say never.
Yeah, right.
I really don't think I'd be comfortable.
I think you do a great job. I feel like you'd find your fitting.
That's how I feel about your dad. I think he could do a good set if he just wrote it, 15 solid minutes.
But then
he'd
go off script and it'd go wild. But that's why I'd watch it.
But you know what? I do think that I would be more comfortable doing when you say doing like a TED Talk. I do think that I would be comfortable public speaking about life and reality. And if something funny happened to slip in there,
right,
then that would be the thing. But I do think that I've got a lot of life experience. I've lost both my parents. I've been through some pretty serious drug and alcohol addiction. That's why I'm so, vocal about marijuana and medical marijuana, because I've lived it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure.
But I do think there's a lot of things I'd be comfortable talking about, and like I said, I would have no problem talking to, 500 to 5,000 people about things from the heart. But I just couldn't go out there and be like, you have to be funny.
Yeah.
But I do think that, and I think that's why, when you talk about doing this, I'm like, I'd love to come talk to you guys.
Very
because
cool.
I think that in my age, I've got some experience, and we talked about it before. I don't have all the answers, but I can tell you where some of the landmines are buried. That I've stepped on. I can tell you, hey man, just if you can, do whatever you want to. But I can tell you from experience, this part didn't work out so good for me. And that's all, and like I said, and what works for me might kill you and vice versa.
That's what people need, though.
Yeah, I'm saying, but you got to just say, hey, all I can do is give you my best advice coming from a place of love. You know what I'm saying? Not with I'm not going to tell you part of what works. I'm going to tell you as much of what works as possible. And my idea of success is never to try to keep everybody down. My idea of success is build everyone up so that, there's something at my tailgate. If you want to stay in this game, you got to up your level of work. My idea is not, to water down the area product. The stronger this music community is, the better it is for all of us. The more good bands there are in this town, the better it is for everybody. Because, one band does not a scene make.
No doubt.
No, because, what happens to those venues on the days we're not there? So I think it's important for us to, love each other's social media, talk about, the strength and unity that's really going to give us a chance to keep this going. Southwest Florida is like no other place on the planet, and we've already touched base on that. And I think that, we played, what day is today, Tuesday? We played Sunday night at Backstreets, and, the guys from Model Citizen were there. The guys from Iconic were there. Paul, a bunch of our musicians.
It's like a hang.
I'm just saying, they pop out and they say, hey, what's up? You know what I'm saying? And I think that, we don't get to do that as much as we would like to, but I think that when we get a chance to, it shows that we love and support each other.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's not, and the guys aren't sitting there like this.
That's that's the beauty.
When you're rocking out, you see they're smiling, they'll sing along, we'll go hit it on break in the parking lot. You know what I'm saying? The love and the camaraderie is real. You know what I'm saying? It's not.
Definitely.
It's not that you're, smiling at the guy's face and kicking him in the schnoodle behind his back, because that's not a good game plan.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The game plan is, man, you tell these people, hey, you want a good band, my band's not available that day. Make sure you get these guys, because these guys kick ass.
Yeah, sure.
And it's not even, and the thing is the bands are not supposed to all be the same. The bands are all supposed to be a little bit different, so that, You know, you're not, you know, you might like steak, but you're not going to eat it 7 days a week.
Exactly.
You know? You need
Yeah.
some Burger King once in a while. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, so you gotta throw the varieties in there, you know.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know. I think that we're getting ready to, and I've said it before. I think Florida could very easily be the next Seattle. Could very easily be the next Nashville. I think it could very easily be the next LA. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, there's so much music coming out of here, and also not only that, it's like there's so many venues to play. There's so many opportunities, and even with what you're doing with School of Rock, it's like now you can be a young kid and get into a band and find a way to do it. So yeah, I agree with you.
And get a chance to record these. The three of them are going to get to record CDs already.
That's very cool.
How crazy is
How many
that?
songs do they get? If you don't mind.
One's getting 5 from.
Ooh, full EP
one's
there.
getting 5 from Farmadelica. That was the grand prize winner. And then they're getting development packages from Fort and House of Mortal. So
Awesome.
Great. Cool.
it's going to be cool. And we're going to do it again this year. So you guys could maybe mentor up some of these kids.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Be very cool.
Buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Definitely laying the blueprint, even since we were, starting out to the blueprint of just helping each other, growing, getting people to, share what we have in the community among different bands.
Well, that's why I think it would be so cool for you guys to talk to the School of Rock, because you guys are so much closer in age, and you guys will make, the steps of your journey. I'm not going to talk about how I did it in the 1800s. You know what I'm saying? Like you guys can say, when we went to Berkeley, here's how we went from Cape Coral to Berkeley and back to Southwest Florida.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, wow, that might be a path. And not that you could show them that it's possible. It can be done.
Right.
And you could tell them, you guys are professional musicians. That's all you do, right?
That's all we do.
I'm saying, like, don't you think that'd be inspiring for these kids to,
Absolutely.
Yeah, they'd be
We'd
like,
love
wow,
to.
you really can do this for a job.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, for real.
We gotta look outside ourselves a little bit and realize, like, oh, maybe we are kind of like doing something. Yeah. We get caught up in like the creation and like the next thing we got to work on. So, I would love to reach out and.
Well, I think that you guys are in a position that you could truly inspire, some of these young to be like, wow, that's a possibility of what could be achieved.
Mm-hmm.
How many songs have you guys recorded and released in your career?
Oh man,
Maybe like
roughly.
maybe like 15 or 16, something like that.
something like
Probably
that.
like 3,
I guess
5.
we've released 4 or 5 EPs. 2 singles?
Yeah.
It's hard. I can't do the math right now.
I'm saying, but that's a good chunk of material.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of things that have gone through, writing, pre-production, and then every step to get that from in the bedroom to now somebody can listen to it somewhere.
It's a lot, man, and I feel like telling somebody, telling a younger songwriter that's starting out in their bedroom, the process. Or maybe not, because it is a bit daunting when you hear it's like, oh God, But but yeah, it will be good for someone to know, like, oh, there are steps to this. There's a progression.
I think that, but seeing how the School of Rock has their curriculum laid out, I think if somebody can see. And you don't have to look, if you can look down the road, you can focus on the step or two in front of you. So maybe right now, as a young songwriter, if you say, look, if you've got GarageBand or if you've got a thing, you can start, doing some songwriting, sketch padding, pre-production ideas, just compile, and letting them know that there's no one way to do it.
You know what's so crazy, though, too, is like 10 years ago, things were so different. And then 10 years before that, it was every 10 years, it's another world. It's a new world. So, like, even talking to a young songwriter, I feel like I can learn from them as well. Like, tell me how to use GarageBand,
100%.
Yeah.
I think about, wouldn't it be cool to get some new... It'd be like, having your 5-year-old nephew teach you how to play a video game.
Sure.
Yeah.
You'd be like, how am I this age, and this kid is this incredible at this, and I feel like I can't even get the figure moving. And sometimes I think that... it's being teachable, being like, hey, I don't have every answer. Like, I'm like hanging out with you guys. Believe me, I learned talking to you guys just like, this is a conversation,
Right.
I'm not the only one bringing information to the table.
Totally.
Yeah.
Definitely learn. If you're not learning something when you're teaching, I don't know if you're teaching right.
Exactly right.
But yeah, I would love, even if we can get someone from the School of Rock to do a performance, that'd be cool.
Boom. And
Put it on.
We've also got the School of Rock, the kids that are going to record this one, Emerson, great little songwriter. So I'd like to have you get him in here.
Link us up.
Yeah, he's really, really good. And that was a cool thing about that. And I really didn't like the format of having to tell people that they didn't have access to these resources. Like, I don't like American
Could you
Idol.
get a little closer to the mic, sorry?
But I don't like the idea of somebody telling you that somebody else's art is better than yours. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I think, but I think that it was one of those things where it was, I guess, the best way to distribute the resources we had and decide how they would go to. But
We competed in a competition when we were like just out of high school, and I think it was super healthy for us. Like, I was. I mean,
It made us learn how to lose.
Not damn. No, seriously. Like,
I hate that. I don't
it's
know.
the process that was worth it for me. Like, all right, the mindset of now I have to prepare to perform the best that I've ever done, the best songs. What are we gonna do to get the crowd on our side? And then just doing your best, right? And then still, even if without winning, you're in front of all these people. Your name's put out there. It's a whole thing. You're in the mix now. So I mean.
Well,
I thought it was healthy for us.
One thing that we did really want to, present to everyone that was part of, this one and the next one coming up too, is to make sure that it turned into a win for everybody. So, it wasn't going to be one of those things where, like, Simon's telling you afterwards, oh my God, the idea was exactly to do that, is to, give kids a chance, not kids, but kids and adults, because it was open to all ages.
Yeah.
Give musicians an opportunity to either play, sing, do an original song, whatever, and get out there. And the thing I think that we got a chance to do is, even though people that didn't necessarily move forward to the very end, we saw there was a lot of industry people there that were able to see that's a good guitar player. And even if you didn't necessarily think the whole band had something, you could see the potential within individual members. And there was a lot. There was connections made.
Well, they'll start talking to each other,
Like even House Immortal, Vic and Tyler Studio, from the very first event we did, grabbed a singer-songwriter that they're in there recording right now. So not every prize came in the form of a prize. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah.
Some of it is the connections made. But I said I do know that I saw some disappointment on some of the people's faces when they weren't, and that broke my heart, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because, but even though it's real world experience,
exactly,
it really is. And it's like music industry just like any other one. Not everyone gets a professional participation trophy, and there is a level of. I mean, it's just like you getting a gig as opposed to not getting a gig. A club owner is not going to hire you if you're not to the level that they need to be, just because you're a nice person or just because your parents talked you up your whole life. Or,
right.
I mean, part of it is the real world. Yes, I get it. But if you guys have any ideas on how to refine the process for Stage 22, I'm just saying that we're having our first meeting next week. Because we're going to be doing it again. And last year was the first year, and we in 6 months we put on the first event. We said we had 2 pretty successful. We had the semifinals and the finals.
Cool.
And this year we're going to do it again. So
was there a tier groups like for ages?
No, it was just a free for all.
Okay.
And that was the thing, is we might talk about moving forward is, say it was our first time doing it, so we learned a lot. Of what worked, what we'd like to do different. So, I respect your guys' opinions. So if you guys would like to,
I'll think about it.
Have any feedback. So we're going to be starting the meetings next week at School of Rock. So
cool, very cool. I'll brainstorm a little bit and get back to you. Down to help for sure.
Awesome.
So, well, yeah. All right. So I have a question for you. Why? Not why. I know why, but what is it about Disney World that you love? I know you love it.
You don't want to know what it is?
Yeah.
And it's funny. My thoughts about the Disney company have changed. To me, it was always like going to business school. And,
okay.
I spent so much time, in the bars and watching that kind of like business model. And I always was a big fan of. My mother brought me there the year it opened. And, we owned a family restaurant, and she would always point out to me, look how clean things are. Look how freshly painted things are.
Yeah, like the little things.
And there was a bunch of things that that I learned over the years, how color affects mood. That's probably one of the reasons I'm such a good communicator with audiences, is Disney had a set of business principles called the 10 Commandments, Mickey's 10 Commandments. And one of them was wear your customer's shoes. So, I even look at it from the way that I present my shows and my band shows. If I was out in the audience, it's not about what I want to put out as an audience. If I was watching the show, what would I be seeing right now? You know, so I think that is why I think it's so important to engage the audience, why it's so important to talk to people like you're happy that they're there, because that's how I'd want to be talked to.
It's great.
And one of the, I mean, like I said, I think if you go to Disney, you know, just thinking that, well, it's just, you know, it's a small world and you're missing out on a lot. If you look at the infrastructure, if you look at the business, if you look at the genius behind somebody.
It's insane.
If you look at somebody that, you know, had a park in California, looked at Disney World in Florida, he set up 5 dummy companies to buy land in Orlando so that they wouldn't know that it was him buying it. So they did. So he had these 5 companies buying up, you know, these cow pastures, and ended up with 47 miles of property.
Damn.
Yeah. And he wanted to make sure, because what he hated in California was that right outside Disney World you'd have the Denny's and all these cheesy hotels. He's like, that's not going to happen at Disney World. He's like, I'm going to have myself a big buffer, so that no matter what I build, you know, I'm going to be able to control the environment. I'm going to be able to control. You're not going to look over, you know, Cinderella's castle and see a bunch of telephone, you know, poles.
Right.
And
it's brilliant.
That's what makes it so magical.
It really is. But I'll tell you, as somebody who was a big fan of their business model, things are changing in that company culture. And things are, I mean, and not all for the good. So what I tell my band all the time, just because Disney threw out part of their playbook doesn't mean it's not a good playbook. We all have access to take that out of the recycle bin and use it to build our businesses. Because I don't believe, I don't know, I just, you know, without getting into too much about somebody, I don't run a multi-billion-dollar business company. I can't second guess their decisions, but a lot of things have changed.
Yeah.
And the one thing I thought that I used to always be able to really defend was that Disney gave great value for their money, and they always had a high-end customer experience. And I think that COVID changed that. I think that once they had, they laid off all the employees, because obviously they had to. And then when they came back and they had the mask policies, for the first time, Disney cast members were able to be rude to their guests.
For just being like,
and I think that once
it changes
you step
the
that
vibe.
line back, you can't reestablish that. And if someone's been working on Space Mountain for 25 years and they know, hey, every 3 weeks you climb up that girder and tighten that one nut, when that guy is gone, that information's not in a that's not in a manual somewhere. You know, I mean, so there's some things that I don't know if they'll get it back. And even some too, like now they charge parking at the resorts, you know, for the parking lots that were built years ago. $24 a night. And the thing that I don't like about it either is they don't tell you that until you get to the resort. Like there's a whole bunch of things that seem like
added on, right?
Yeah, just like, and I don't know. So like I still go there and I still learn and I still watch and I'm still a fan of the design. They have great artists. They understand color and human emotion and design, and there's a whole bunch of things. If you really pay attention and go up there, I'm telling you.
Oh yeah.
It's inspiring, you know, and just because some things have changed, there's still a lot of magic to squeeze out of it. You just kind of got to know what to do. And let's go. We'll do a field trip.
Let's do it. I'm down.
I'm down.
I haven't been to a theme park post-COVID. I mean, actually, I went to a water park, but it wasn't the same as like actually walking around and seeing the people.
Well, I mean, now they just changed their mask policy again. Obviously, like the whole world is. So now you don't have to necessarily wear a mask in the park anymore. So that's more appealing.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Well, I'm telling you, we could roast it up and
dude, I'm trying to
Let's
see.
get some mushrooms and go to fucking Magic Kingdom.
Yeah, dude,
I'm
exactly.
so down.
Yeah. And honestly, Magic Kingdom.
It's a Bug's Life.
Like the best part there. I mean, like, have you guys been to Animal Kingdom?
I'm trying to see the Star Wars thing.
Star Wars is awesome.
Have you been there? The Star Wars one?
Yeah.
Yo, I want to get. I'm like 27, but I want a lightsaber. I'm sorry. I want to make a lightsaber.
They have like the Millennium Falcon ride, right?
Yeah.
So.
No, the Star Wars land is great.
Trying to do that.
The Star Wars land would be about fantastic.
Let's go.
The thing that would get to me is just if it was just super packed. Was it just like a clogged artery?
Well, the thing is, like if you get a Florida resident pass, I mean, they got a bunch of different passes. And the one that me and Tyler have, it's a weekday pass, and it's only good Monday through Friday. But we're service industry, and it's got blackout dates, but you don't want to go weekends anyways. You don't want to go in the summer anyways.
Right. Yeah.
So when you have a pass like that, it's free parking, which makes me mad about the resort parking because it's like I got free parking.
Right. I thought you were gonna get it free.
But anyway, too. But what the thing about that is like if you go up there and you got a pass, you go there, you can go in and park for a couple hours and not feel like I got to be here all day to get, my $120 worth, whatever. You can go there, go a couple hours, and then be like, okay, it's busy or whatever, and not stress it out. So
Nice.
that makes it way more fun. So when you ask about, what it is about Disney, I'm not the guy that gets here at 8 in the morning and stays all day. I'll stay at my resort, burn a big fatty, take the Skyliner, go ride the Millennium Falcon, and go back, burn another.
Right.
Yeah.
Sounds like a great time.
Yeah, I'm saying, but by doing it that way, it's not like, you don't have to be from like cattle going from, one line to the other.
That's like what I'm afraid of is like.
Oh my God. I mean, I'm saying if you do it that way,
Yeah.
it's not fun at all. But if you do it in a way that, like, that, if you want the insider tip on what makes it fun, that's what makes it fun. Like I either stay on or off property, but if you got, with that pass, you got free parking, so you can stay off property, stay at the Stick It In for $40 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I just go there, burn it, we'll do whatever. And by being able to pop in and out of any park, and like seriously, like I'll just walk around and I'll be like, and there's so many details that from big to small that if you
It's insane.
It's just cool.
They also have like if you go on their website, they have all these hidden details that you can go like look for, like part of the Berlin Wall or stuff like that. They got all kinds of crazy stuff.
I mean, like insane, crazy, cool stuff.
Yeah.
Even in Epcot, the fact that the people that work in each pavilion are there from that country, so you can you can talk to people.
That's
hey, man,
cool.
Yeah,
I honestly didn't know that, so love that.
There a lot of them are just students that are there on a work visa. They come here, they go to college for a couple of years, they work at.
Are you sure they're not like actors that are like, yeah, I'm putting on, like I'm Cinderella.
Today I'm English, mate. It's cold and wet.
In the different countries, in the different countries' pavilions, they got kids from that country that all work.
That's
there.
super cool. I've never been to Epcot, but
Oh, that's awesome.
I've never been to Epcot, never been to MGM. But what would you say is your favorite of all the four kingdoms?
Really,
England.
Whatever one I'm in at the time. Probably.
Really? Really?
Yeah, I mean, there's like I said, there's just cool stuff to do in all of them. But like I said, that to me is the appeal of having the pass, because you can literally go like. Sometimes I'll walk in and it'll be busy, and I will walk right back out.
Sure.
With absolutely no concern about.
That's cool.
And you can just go to a different one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're like, okay.
Yeah.
And like you can walk from Epcot to Hollywood Studios. So there's not a nice little pass to burn one from to to fro, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I pretty much smoke from the time I wake up to the time I go to bed when I'm there, but it makes it worth it.
No doubt.
That's why it's Magic Kingdom.
It really is, yeah. Who knows? I probably never even left my house.
Yeah, he's like,
right. Space Mountain.
Just posing in front of the TV with Star Wars in the background.
Oh, what's your favorite ride? If you go.
The new Star Wars.
It's insane. It's gotta
Rise
be.
of the Resistance. It's awesome.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, man! It is like next level.
Really?
You have
Is it
to
like
imagine.
Well, it's like. Well, we want me to walk you through it?
Yes, please.
Well, is it one of those ones where you're actually moving, or is it like this? It feels. It's like you're in a thing.
No, it's a real ride.
Oh,
Okay, good.
Well, I mean, the coolest part about it is, part of it is, you're part of the Rebel Alliance, and you're getting evacuated off the whole land is like a new Star Wars land. They didn't want to take a Star Wars land that existed, like we're going to make a brand new one because, a place no one's ever been to, but it's all themed out as Star Wars. So the idea is that you're going to get ready to scoot out planets. So you jump into a ship where you walk into a physical ship, and then, as your adventure continues, you walk out the same door that you walked in, but now you're on a Star Destroyer. So however the ride mechanism moves.
Yeah.
So it'd be one thing if you just
very
walked
cool.
in one door, walked out another door, you'd be like, okay, it's a set piece. But to walk in one door and then walk out the same door and be somewhere else,
That's so cool.
it's really cool. And then
the
it's
little
just like
details.
it's there's no other way to say it. Then just like they've got full size like walkers. It's like it's next level.
Sounds great, man. Well, trip to Disney World,
Let's
boys.
go.
I got to turn it off.
Yeah,
I got the mushrooms. No.
Static.
Yeah.
To be continued. Yeah, let's do it.
Well, Bob, thank you for coming to the podcast. I think
man.
we're so grateful to have you, man. Tell people where they can find you, like or the foundation as well.
TaberneyFoundation.org is where you would find information on our kids' music program. School of Rock Fort Myers is where we have the lessons, and then I play for a band called Red Hannah on Instagram, Red Hannah Music, and old school people. I don't know if anyone does Facebook anymore, but
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
Yo, thank you so much for stopping by.
my pleasure, guys.
Right on.
Thanks, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are reaching the end of our program here tonight. I just want to give a huge shout out to everybody that has donated so far, donated their time, their money, or just watched us and shared that live stream. Again, thank you so much. Next up, we have a very special performance performing another one of their songs from their debut album. We have the Dead Ataris performing Don't Slip. Take it away, boys.
Hey yo, hey yo. Why don't you and I run the line down the 405? Take it coast to coast, anywhere you wanna go. I don't mind, I'll drive all night for you. Right. You wanna throw a fit, that's a bad habit. Tryna drop a stick, but it's automatic. Top down, switch lanes, yeah, I'm good at it. I'm good at it. I wanna be free from your attitude. Maybe it's me, maybe it's you. Maybe it's stressing, count your blessings, we'll get through. Why don't you and I ride the line down the 405? Take it coast to coast, anywhere you wanna go. I don't mind, I'll drive all night for you. Said I want another hit, another stab at it. Get a bump in the road, we'll get past it. You tell me push my lip, but I'm bad at it. I'm bad at it. I wanna be free from your attitude. Maybe it's me, maybe it's you. Maybe it's stressing, count your blessings, we'll get through. Why don't you and I ride the line down the 405? Take it coast to coast, anywhere you wanna go. I don't mind, I'll drive all night for you. It's fine. Why don't you and I ride the line down the 405? Take it coast to coast, anywhere you wanna go. I don't mind, I'll drive all night for you. It's fine. Why don't you and I ride the line down the 405? Take it coast to coast, anywhere you wanna go. I don't mind, I'll drive all night for you. It's fine. Hey, a brand new song of ours called Don't Slip, y'all.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We about to give away a guitar.
All right, well, we made it. We made it to the end. You guys made it to the end. Thank you very much for listening, streaming with us, sharing, donating, listening to some new songs, little sneak peeks. We got some exclusive interviews for you. Thank you guys for watching. That was a lot of fun.
It's
Cody?
been an awesome night. Thank you guys again for donating. Thanks to all the musicians that shared their time and skill and put out these videos for you guys to enjoy on your beautiful Monday night. We hope you guys listened and enjoyed. And again, just thanks to everybody that donated.
Hey, you know what?
I had a lot of fun. Just want to say I had a lot of fun doing this. Thank you guys for tuning in.
All right, let's give away a guitar. I have all the names. How many donations did we get over the course of this? Oh, shout out right here. We got the Dead Atari signature hat. Hold it up close to the. Hold it up close to there so they can see it.
Come on now.
Merch on the website.
Deadataris.com. You guys want to get your own? Go on to deadataris.com. Cop a cap.
So overall, we had about 31 donations, and out of that 31 donations, we managed to reach over $1,000. So that's
Thank you
super,
so much.
super awesome.
Seriously,
Thanks
guys,
to
thank you.
everybody that
Amazing.
donated.
Thank you.
We got all the donations here. I'm gonna stir it up and get them pick the magical name. Who's it gonna be?
Who's the lucky winner?
Win this ovation. Should I pick it? I think Thomas should pick it.
Want me to pick it?
Who do we got? Who do we got?
Drum roll. Drum roll. And the winner is...
And the winner is Chloe Messingal.
Hey! Shout out Chloe Messingal. Thank you for
Congrats,
supporting the
Chloe.
band.
That's awesome.
Very cool.
Thank
Hell
you
yeah.
guys
We love
again
all
for
y'all.
watching. This was an awesome event put on by local musicians. Go check all of them out. Find them on their social media platforms, Spotify, YouTube, Twitch, anywhere you can find music. You can probably find some of these artists you listen to tonight.
Hey, one more thing before we get out of here. I just want to say, shout out my brother Cody Seaman, Adventures of a Seaman, hosting the show, keeping it real, having fun. Dude, you did a killer job. Thank you very much for being a part of this. You're my brother for life.
I appreciate it
It's
for
an
being
honor,
invited,
man.
guys. You guys are awesome. Love hanging out with you
Adventures
guys.
of a Seaman,
Always a
baby.
good time, man.
Tune in. All right.
Hey, we got a really great outro set up for you guys. Thank you guys for tuning in. We love you very much. Take care, and we'll see you soon with a brand new album.
I love you.
We got an awesome...
If I could, then I would go wherever you will go. Way up high, way down low. I'll follow wherever you will go. So lately, been wondering who will be there to take my place when I'm gone. You'll need love to light the shadows on your face. If a great weight shall fall and fall upon us all, and so could you make it on your own? If I could, then I would. I'd go wherever you will go. Way up high, way down low. I'll go wherever you will go.
If I could, then I would. I'd go wherever you will go. Way up high, way down low. I'll go wherever you will go. You will go.
Wherever you will go.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks for watching the live stream and joining in. Thanks for all the donations. Thanks for everything. We love you guys.